A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
You? Is anybody?
There's Molly, folks. That means your friends the Goldbergs are here. Brought to you by Duz, the new kind of soap for everything in your wash. First, let's drop in on the Dozen family. Well, there's young Daisy Dozen and her beau Donald down at the drugstore getting a soda. Donald's saying,
"Gosh, Dreamcake, I wish I were as smart as you."
Oh, Donald, you are, aren't you?
Oh, gee, Daisy, you can talk on any subject, like movies and algebra, and even Duz.
Well, Donald, when a girl's going to get married someday, she ought to know all about Duz. Why, it's a new soap discovery, and it does everything in the wash.
Gee, I do everything for you, Dreamcake.
You know, Ma says Duz does Pa's work shirts and Dickie's overalls and towels and my pretty rayon school blouses. Simply everything. Isn't that wonderful?
You're wonderful, Pigeon.
Thanks, Donald. Just think, someday you'll be wearing work shirts. Then you'll want a wife who knows Duz gets them clean easy. She won't have to do any hard scrubbing. Or like Ma says, even bother with a bar soap anymore. 'Cause Duz gets the dirtiest things clean all by itself.
Hey, remember, it's me, not Duz, that's buying the sodas.
No, I was only thinking of our future. Ma says every good housekeeper should know how white Duz does towels and linens. No soap gets them whiter than Duz. It's really famous for whiteness.
Gee, it's snazzy, sipping sodas and listening to you talk.
You're sweet, Donald. You know, Ma says if a girl's going to be a good wife, she ought to know how to keep her rayon dresses looking bright with Duz. Ma says it's safer for the pretty colors she washes.
Oh, Dreamcake, you look so pretty. Let's you and me and Duz always sip our sodas together.
Oh, Donald.
"Oh, brother, Duz sure does everything. In the wash, I mean. Why, friends, compared to other leading granulated wash day soaps, Duz gives longer life to colors, plus unsurpassed whiteness and real cleaning power for the dirtiest clothes. Try Duz, D-U-Z. It does everything in your wash." And now the Goldbergs. Well, Molly Goldberg has tried every little device she knows of to penetrate the veil of confusion which surrounds the coming divorce of Uncle David's daughter. But every time Molly seems to have gotten Florence to the point of reconsidering, Florence's good friend, Anne, has pushed the divorce a little closer. Anne has great influence with both Florence and Eugene, acting as a kind of go-between and common advisor. For Anne is Florence's friend as well as Eugene's private secretary. And now Molly thinks that Anne is the key to everything. So she's going to ask some advice from Dr. Cater, Jr., who is home on furlough visiting his father. Young Cater is the brilliant young psychiatrist who has brought much fame to Glastonbury. Unfortunately, Jake thinks Molly is going to the doctor because she is sick herself. And so...
Molly, you're sick now. You went to the doctor. What's the shot? Jake knows. He's beside himself. He thinks you have a thrombosis.
David, please. I have no thrombosis. My heart is perfect. I'm not going to the doctor for myself. I'm not sick. I'm going to talk about Anne.
Anne is sick.
David, I have to see and talk to somebody that knows more than I know. Maybe Anne has got a psychosis.
Psychosis? What's that?
A twisted mental mentality.
Molly.
David, please. My friend Dr. Cater's son is home on a furlough, and he is a specialist, David, on human behaviorists. And I want to tell him all that is and what is occurring here. Dr. Cater's son, the junior, is in charge of all the mental cases of the Army like he was when he was a civilized civilian. And maybe he'll know more than I can see, David, darling, because, David, I'm not satisfied. Something lies with Anne deeper than the eye can observe. The mind, David, the mind is like a dark well, David.
So what?
David, please.
So why don't you tell Jake?
Because if I told Jake, he wouldn't let me go.
So why did you tell him you were sick?
I didn't tell him, David. I didn't tell him. I called last night to make an appointment, and then the doctor's office called back to make the appointment, and Jake answered. So when Jake answered, he immediately came to the wrong conclusion.
Tell him.
I will.
Tell him.
Jake?
Hey, come, Molly.
It's time. Let's go.
Jake, dear, don't come with me better.
Who else shall go with you if not me?
Why shouldn't you go with you, Molly?
All right, so get your coat.
Sit, Molly. Take your feet off.
Yes.
David, talk to her. Tell her what she is doing with herself. Tell her, David, she works too hard. She feels too much. Everybody's troubles are her troubles.
All right, Jake, all right.
Haven't you got enough with Sammy's overseas? That's enough for any woman. Why do you pile on more? Why? Molly, I'm warning you. Take care of yourself. What will I be without you?
All right, Jake, dear.
Your best years lie ahead of you. You want to live and see the end of the world, no? You want to see Sammy back, no? You haven't had the pleasure of marrying off a child yet. The best fruits of life you haven't tasted yet. You want to be a grandmother, no?
Yes, Jake. So get your coat.
Molly.
David.
Tell Jake the truth, Molly. He's falling apart.
I will, David. I will. I'll call Dr. Cater now. I can't postpone my talk with Dr. Cater. I have to talk to him.
Who are you calling?
Dr. Cater, please.
What are you going to ask him?
I'll tell Dr. Cater to tell Jake I'm perfectly well 100%. Junior, please.
Molly.
Dr. Cater will tell Jake I'm well, so he'll believe I'm well. In the meantime, I'll talk about Anne. Hello? Hello, Dr. Cater. I wouldn't detain myself. I'm coming right over directly. Mr. Goldberg is also coming, but I want you to tell Mr. Goldberg. Yes, please, David, please.
Molly.
I'm ready. Come, dear.
Yes.
To whom are you talking?
1 bag of flour and 6 lemons and deliver me. Yes. Thank you.
Here is your coat, darling. You had to bother ordering? Rosalie couldn't do it.
I'm ready.
I want to go, too.
Come, David.
David.
If David wants, let him. Your coat is hanging.
Yeah, I got it.
And if Dr. Cater's diagnosis don't satisfy me, I want a specialist.
I'm not sick.
Your
Dave.
heart, Maria.
I have no thrombosis.
I'm afraid of your thrombosis.
I'm not sick.
I want a specialist.
I'm not sick.
Your thrombosis. Dr. Cater, do what you can for Mrs. Goldberg. If it's beyond you, recommend a specialist, please.
Oh,
Jay, please, don't be nervous.
Are you the patient?
Yes, doctor.
But I thought...
Where do you wish me to go, doctor?
Oh, right this way, Mrs. Goldberg.
David, see that Jake is not beside himself.
I'll try.
Don't keep anything from the doctor, Molly.
I wouldn't, Jake. Why should I keep? Dr. Cater.
Sit down, Mrs. Goldberg.
Thank you.
I thought you were coming over to speak to me about...
I am, Doctor. I'm here for that purpose. I just don't want Mr. Goldberg to know the nature of my visit. He heard I was going to the doctor, and he came to a wrong conclusion.
Oh.
He never likes me to mix.
I see.
But in this, Doctor, I have no choice.
Yes. Who is it this time?
Uncle David's daughter, Doctor. Who is it this time? Uncle David's daughter, Doctor. See, she's married 15 years, and there are 2 children, and suddenly they're talking about divorce.
Divorce? Where?
I don't know. There's talk of another woman.
Yes, that's usually reason enough for most people. So what's about it?
Well, I think there's more than words can tell. Mr. Cronin, Eugene, that's Florence's husband.
Yes.
Somebody said.
Yes?
Well, doctor?
Jake, please.
Please, close the door, Mr. Goldberg.
Excuse me.
Yes, Mrs. Goldberg?
Well, see, now I'm worried about how Mr. Goldberg feels. He thinks I'm sick.
Well, now, I'll tell him you're a perfectly healthy woman who's just a little...
Little what, Doctor?
A little bit interested in helping others.
I can't help myself. Florence is David's daughter, and for David, I don't know what. And then, Dr. Cater, there's Anne Franklin, who is and was Eugene Cronin's secretary.
Yes.
She's responsible, Doctor, for something. What, I don't know. Everything is Anne. Anne this and Anne that, and it's always Anne pushing Florence to the divorce.
Yes, I see. Now, how long has she been with Mr. Cronin?
Well, they went to college together. She was his alma mater.
Oh.
And she was responsible for Mr. Cronin going into business. And she's his right hand in the business, and at home she's Florence's whole head and mind. And Doctor, this is my important disturbance. Anne lies.
Lies?
Many times she lies. She lies to keep Eugene and Clarence from seeing each other. Mm-hmm. She lied when I wanted to see Eugene. She lies when David wanted to see Eugene. She lies and she lies to push the divorce forward.
You mean to say she lies?
She lies. I don't know why, Doctor. That's the psychosis. I don't know why. I don't know why, Doctor. If I could understand why.
David, I can't stand it. Why so long? If it was nothing, he would know it.
Jake.
David.
She's not sick, Jake.
She's very sick.
Jake.
If my Molly calls her doctor, she's sick. She's critical.
Jake.
I know, David.
Maybe she's only consulting.
That's enough, no?
Jake, maybe.
David, how can it be maybe? How can it be?
Jake.
David, knock at the door and get me some smelling salts. I'm getting weak.
Jake, Molly came only to consult.
Why didn't I notice she was looking bad?
She came to ask questions.
She wasn't eating in the last few weeks.
It's about flowers.
Why didn't I put my foot down?
She wants to find out.
If she is worried, it's something.
It's Anne.
Surely Anne. Anne aggravated her condition.
She didn't want you to know, Jake.
Is that good?
Because you would holler.
I would holler?
If you knew why she came to the doctor, you would holler.
I only wish she was well again so I could holler.
Then holler, Jake. Holler.
David.
Holler, Jake. It's better you should holler than you should fall to pieces.
Why should I holler? What have I got to holler?
If I told you why Molly was here, you would holler.
Huh?
Psychosis, Jake.
Huh?
If she told you she came for Anne, you would holler.
Huh?
So holler. Jake. Holler.
What? Speak, David.
For Anne's psychosis, she's here.
Huh? For Anne's psychosis? Not for Molly's thrombosis? Hey, David.
All right, Jake. All right.
Well, Molly is cooking up what Jake calls a pudding, and it looks now as if Jake is going to have a hand in it before Cater does. But the results may not be what Molly intended. You know, it's wise to look ahead, to aim high for the future. But yesterday, I sort of had to deflate Dickie Dozen's hopes. He said,
Say, you ought to see me run down the football field. Boy, someday I'm going to be as fast as Duz, zipping through grease on Mars frying pan.
Well, remember, Dickie Duz is a champion in the dishpan. You see, besides doing everything in the wash, this new kind of soap has everything for dishes, too. Duz makes suds that stand up till the last dish is done. Cuts grease like 60, yet it's kinder to hands than any other leading granulated wash day soap. Why, those Duz suds stand up so you don't have to keep adding soap. And Duz cuts grease in less than half a minute, yet it leaves hands nice and smooth. Try Duz. It has everything for dishes. Now, if your dealer is out of Duz, he'll have more soon. Meanwhile, don't waste Duz. You know, soap contains vital war materials. So measure Duz carefully into your dishpan. See that every bit of Duz you use does more. Be sure to listen to the next episode of the Goldbergs. Jake holds a conference of his own on Molly's case as well as Anne's. This is Clayton Collier speaking and reminding you to do as the dozens do. Let Duz, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, has supplemented her meager bank account by writing articles for some of the country's leading publications.
Yes, indeed. Last year alone, I cracked the Hobo News, the Muscle Builders Gazette, and the American Plumbers Quarterly. But of all my articles, I was proudest of the one which appeared last week in True Family Romances, entitled, I Am the Mother of a Quiz Kid. Of course, I wrote this true family romance story under the assumed name of Dorothy Kimberly, and for 3 good reasons. 1, the story was not true. 2, I don't have a family. And 3, with Mr. Boynton for a boyfriend, I have very little romance. There was a 4th reason, too. If our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, ever found my name in a magazine like that, I'm afraid mine would be just another friendly face on the unemployment line. By Thursday morning, my $50 check was long overdue from the magazine, so I thought I'd better ask my landlady if any mail had come for me that I didn't know about. Mrs. Davis...
Connie, I brought home several wallpaper samples from the store. Which of these do you like best for the living room?
Mrs. Davis, I expect a check.
No, dear, a check design makes me dizzy.
It might have come addressed to Dorothy Kimberly.
Dorothy Kimberly? Nothing came for anyone by that name. But who's Dorothy Kimberly?
That's me.
Now, sit right there and I'll bring you a glass of water.
Mrs. Davis, it's really very simple. In an article in the magazine, I'm Mrs. Kimberly. You see, I'm married. I mean, she's married. Oh, it's Connie Brooks I'm not married, but it's Connie Kimberly, Dorothy Brooks. That is, in the article, we both are.
Poor Connie, you are confused, aren't you?
Oh, no more than Dr. Jekyll confused Mr. Hyde. I'd better start at the beginning, Mrs. Davis. You remember that guest speaker I got last month? The author who lectured at school on the opportunities in the field of writing?
Oh, yes. Wasn't he the nice man who came over for dinner afterward? And when he left, most of our silverware was missing.
Oh, no. You're thinking of the fellow who lectured on the influence of crime shows on our children. Anyway, we recovered most of the stuff. But the writer I'm referring to mentioned that True Family Romances was paying $50 for stories concerning unusual family problems.
Oh, I see.
Well, I didn't tell you about it, Mrs. Davis, but that's when I became Dorothy Kimberly. That very day, I sat down and wrote an article entitled, I Am the Mother of a Quiz Kid.
My, there are a lot of things you haven't told me about. How old is your little youngster?
65, and he's now leading a retired life in Hoboken, New Jersey. Mrs. Davis, I'm not really the mother of a quiz kid.
Well, if you say so, dear. Well, I saw a copy of that magazine lying around a few days ago, and I read your story. You know, I enjoyed it almost as much as the one by Sarah Doolittle.
Oh, yes, the one called Bringing Up My Dopey Son.
Poor Sarah Doolittle, how she suffered. You should thank goodness, Connie, that your boy turned out so brilliant.
Well, I had a very intelligent typewriter. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Davis, I'd better be leaving for school. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, this is Mr. Nemo, the editor of True Family Romances. Is Mrs. Dorothy Kimberly there?
No, I'm afraid you have the wrong... Oh, yes, she's here. I mean, I'm here. We're here, all of us. I was expecting your check in the mails, Mr. Nemo. Are you certain you put a stamp on the envelope?
That's precisely why I called, Mrs. Kimberly. You see, our magazine has instituted a new policy of checking on the facts in all our stories before making payments.
Checking on the facts?
Yes. While I'm in town, I'd like to have a little chat with you and that quiz kid son of yours. Also with another one of our authors who lives in your vicinity, Sarah Doolittle. Now, what time would it be most convenient for me to drop around and see your son?
In about 15 years. I'm afraid little Joel will be unavailable for interviews today, Mr. Nemo. He's busy writing a child's version of Einstein's theory of relativity. Why don't you drop back some other year? A time.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Kimberly. I'm going to be in town only one day, and unless I verify your story, there will be no payment.
Like I say, Mr. Nemo, drop around any time tonight.
Fine. I'll see you at 8 o'clock, Mrs. Kimberly. Goodbye.
Goodbye. $50. Oh, Mrs. Davis, this is terrible.
Goodness, Connie, are you in trouble? Is there anything I can do, dear?
No, I'm afraid not, Mrs. Davis. No matter how we tried, I doubt if we could pass you off as a bright little boy.
But, Daddy, I put 2 days of hard work into that article about you and Mother.
And anyway, I wouldn't have sent it into True Family Romances without your permission. You had absolutely no right to tear it up.
Oh, didn't I, though? Harriet, I will not have my daughter writing for a cheap, trashy, fourth-grade publication whose current cover features the spectacle of a husband clasping his wife to his bosom with one hand and brandishing a meat cleaver with the other.
But, Daddy, all the other kids were writing articles for the magazine about their parents.
And that's exactly why a number of parents have been complaining to the head of the board about their lives being invaded, and why Mr. Stone has been pointing the finger of unemployment at me.
Well, it certainly isn't fair for Mr. Stone to blame you.
Well, of course it isn't. Particularly since your precious Miss Brooks brought that lecturer here in the first place. Oh, what did I do to deserve that woman? Some men occasionally get a view of heavenly paradise here on earth, but fate has sent me Miss Brooks to show me what it looks like elsewhere.
Well, it actually isn't her fault either, Daddy. She only books the lecturers.
Quiet. I think I see Miss Brooks clumping up the walk now. You'll excuse me, Harriet. I want a word alone with Madison's crazy, mixed-up lecture bureau. Kindly depart through my inner office, child.
But, Daddy, can't I just wait?
Meander, minx.
All right.
Well, Miss Brooks should be through the front doors by now. Now she should be walking toward this office. Come back here, Miss Brooks.
Oh, yes, sir. It's a nice day, sir.
I doubt it. With you so close, there must be a monsoon brewing in the vicinity. Miss Brooks, why is it everything you touch turns to ulcers?
Why, sir? Have I done something wrong?
That's like asking, will dawn come up tomorrow? Miss Brooks, since you invited that madman here to encourage the literary efforts of our students last month, they have been besieging True Family Romances with a mountain of garbage. And Mr. Stone has placed the whole thing squarely on my doorstep.
Well, I'll call the Department of Sanitation at once and have them take it away. Oh, you mean Mr. Stone has been complaining to you?
Complaining? Why, yesterday he couldn't have called me more often if we were sweethearts. He told me he put 3 students at Clay City High on probation and suspended a history teacher simply for contributing stories to that awful magazine. Can you imagine what he'd do if an article were published?
Yes, I can, but it's too late for me to make the help wanted page in today's paper. I believe I can.
Needless to say, if another one of my students or any member of my faculty contributes to that publication, I will recommend immediate dismissal. You may go now, Miss Brooks.
How far? Yes.
Oh, I almost forgot. One more thing before you leave. I've just finished my monthly report for Mr. Stone. Will you have any time to type it up for me during school hours?
No, sir. I haven't got a minute today.
I thought not. Therefore, I arranged to be at your house tonight at 8. You can type it then.
At 8? Tonight? Oh, no, sir. 8's a very bad time. I can't possibly make it at 8. I have an appointment with my optometrist about my eyes.
Oh, you do love to put up a fight, don't you?
Please, Mr. Conklin, make it earlier or later. Say 10 o'clock. Can you come over then? How's 10 o'clock?
I tell you what we'll do, Miss Brooks. I want to be at your house at 8. You want me to be there at 10, so we'll compromise.
Oh, good. Compromise, that's it. Compromise. Thank you, sir.
I'll be there at 8:05. I'll be there at 8:05, Miss Brooks. Now, is there anything I can do for you before I come over?
No, sir. Even if you shaved off your mustache and wore short pants, you wouldn't do either.
Hello, principal's office. The principal himself speaking. Speak quickly, please. I lunch in 2 minutes and I'm famished.
Excuse me, sir, but am I speaking to a school?
Don't be ridiculous, sir. You're speaking to a man. Oh, yes. Yes, this is Madison High School. Who is this?
My name is Mr. Nemo. John. My name is Mr. Nemo. John. My name... Family Romashua Nemo. I'm from True Family Romashua. I have a check for her services. I have a check for her services.
Now then, I am Sarah Doolittle.
Look here, I don't have time for joking.
Oh, I'm not joking. Sarah Doolittle is the name I use on my articles. It's my wife's name. I'm Osgood Doolittle. Now, you may forward the $50 check for my current article.
Just a moment, Mr. Doolittle. Because of a little difficulty we've had recently, our current policy is to withhold checks until after we've verified the facts in an article. Well, shall I drop over to your place, say at 9, to deliver your check and meet the lad?
No. That'll be impossible. Maybe I could have him speak to you on the phone.
Mr. Doolittle, I'm sorry, but that's the way it must be. No interviews, no $50 check.
Oh. 9 o'clock, eh?
Yes, and please make sure Ronald is home.
Never fear. He'll be home. If I have to look all over town to find him.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you do have a problem, but try to forget it until after lunch. After all, that pie a la mode cost you 25 cents. It looks awfully good, too. It'd be a pity to waste it.
Stop punching, Mr. Boynton. It's yours.
Well, all right. Say, there is a way you could get rid of Mr. Nemo before Mr. Conklin arrives tonight. All you need to do is show him your young son.
Mr. Boynton, if that's a proposal, you're a little late. Where could I pick up a 14-year-old quiz kid by 8 o'clock? That's one thing Sherry's department store never runs a bargain sale on.
Oh, it isn't as difficult as...
Salutations to Madison's two most illustrious beacons of learning. One a gentle rose reaching up to the sun, and the other a mighty tower of strength.
I'll toss you for who's the rose, Mr. Boynton. Walter, we're rather preoccupied at the moment, so if you don't mind,
Say, wait a minute, Miss Brooks. Walter might be just what you're looking for.
Just what I'm... Oh, yes. He might be at that.
I think he might.
Yeah, I'm sure I might. So what?
Walter, how would you like to be my son?
Yeah, what? Your son? Well, it's okay with me, Miss Brooks, but I don't know how my parents are going to take it.
Oh, it's only for tonight, Walter, for a few minutes around 8 o'clock. You see, under the name of Mrs. Dorothy Kimberly, I wrote an article for the True Family Romances called I Am the Mother of a Quiz Kid. And now the editor's coming to verify my story before he'll pay me for the article.
Oh, I get it. And you want me to play the quiz kid. Well, gosh, do you think anyone would ever believe it?
He might, if he doesn't get a look at your marks.
Well, all right. If it'll help you out, I'll do it.
Oh, thanks, Walter. And one more thing. You know how Mr. Conklin feels about that magazine, so our little plan will have to be a secret between us.
From now on, it's strictly in the family. Well, see you later at your house, Mom.
And please be on time.
Oh, gosh, the situations women get themselves into. Me, a quiz kid. Boy, that's really one for the book. Mr. Conklin, what are you doing crouching behind that water cooler?
I was behind the water cooler, wasn't I?
Yes, sir. And the way you kept bobbing your head up and down, you looked like you were going down for the third time. Going down.
To get away from that cackle, I almost wish I had. But I happen to have a little favor to ask of you.
A favor? Oh, what kind of a favor, sir?
Denton, that is, Walter. How would you like to be my son?
Holy cow, it's an epidemic.
Oh, it's only for a short while around 9 this evening. I'm merely playing a little practical joke on a friend of mine, Mr. Nemo. You see, about a year ago, I told him I had a dopey son.
Yeah. A dopey son?
Yes. I can't think of anyone who'd fit the part more admirably. You will help me out, won't you?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin, but I can't tonight. I just made an appointment for 8 o'clock, and at 8:30 I promised to take your daughter to a movie.
Well, tonight, for a change, she'll go alone and see the picture. And I'll make certain that you don't see Harriet any other night this week, unless you decided to climb upon my knee, sonny boy.
You want me to be over at your house at 9 o'clock tonight? Well, all right.
Good. I thought you'd see things my way. Better be at my place at 9:15, Denton, and I need hardly tell you to keep the whole matter a closely guarded secret. Goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Daddy. Now, let's see. I have to be a dopey son for Miss Brooks and a quiz kid for... Oh, no. That's wrong. I'm Mrs. Kimberly's quiz kid. Or did Miss Brooks want me to play a dope? Oh, gosh, the problems of adolescence will kill me yet.
It's 2 minutes to 8, Mrs. Davis. Where can Walter be? He should have been here by now. Mr. Nemo will be here any minute. And what if we can't get rid of him before Mr. Conklin arrives?
Tommy, control yourself. Don't be so nervous.
Nervous? Me? Me nervous? I might be impatient, but I never get nervous. How can you say I'm nervous? I wonder what's keeping... Oh, I'll get it, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, I'm Mr. Nemo.
Oh, won't you come in? I'm Mrs. Kimberly.
Yes, pleasure. Well, Mrs. Kimberly, I got here on time.
Yes, and I hope to get you off on time. That is, knowing you're a busy man.
Yes. I do have to chat with Sarah Doolittle at 9. Now then, where is that wonderful quiz kid you wrote about?
Joel? Oh, he's probably still in the school laboratory. I just know he's going to be a scientist. Do you know that yesterday a test tube burst during one of his experiments and sent a mushroom to the ceiling?
What? You mean he was...
He was boiling mushrooms.
You had me worried for a moment. But you promised to have him here this evening, Miss Kimberly.
Oh, he'll be home any minute. I asked Joel to pick up some bread on the way home, and Oh, there he is now. Hello, Joel, dear.
Yeah, I'm home, Mommy. I'm home.
Who is this?
Joel, put down that yo-yo. And what kept you so long? I sent you for a loaf of bread 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I couldn't finish the loaf any quicker, Mommy. Oh, who's the nice man, Mommy?
Oh, this is Mr. Nemo, dear. Shake hands with the gentleman, Joel.
How are you? He bit me in the hand.
Well, 1 loaf of bread is hardly enough for a growing boy.
Nice man! Nice man!
Joel, you don't have to put your eyeball against Mr. Nemo's mouth to see him. Now go inside and bring some fruit for the table.
You're all right, Mummy.
Miss Kimberly, that's a quiz kid?
I guess he's been slightly over-quizzed lately.
Doesn't sound possible. He seems, if anything, a bit backward.
Yes, well, you see, he's sort of a backward quiz kid. By that, I mean he works so hard at his books all day, toward evening his brain begins to wander a little.
He seems to have left the country. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kimberly, that wasn't a kind thing to say.
Oh, that's all right. Well, it's almost 10 after 8, Mr. Nemo. Time is flying, and you do have that appointment with Sarah Doolittle, so why don't you just give me the check and go out the back way? Excuse me for a moment.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Sorry, no brushes tonight. Thanks. Bye.
A brush salesman? Well, what's he doing out this time of night?
Maybe there's nothing good on television. Oh, this fellow just won't take no for an answer.
Miss Brooks, why did you slam that door against my nose?
I'm sorry, sir, but we may...
Hold it! Are we suffering from a nervous breakdown, Miss Brooks, or are we begging for one? I've never seen you resist a typing assignment with so much... Oh, you have company. Well, aren't you going to introduce us?
Mr. Nemo, this is Mr. Conklin.
Nemo? You're Mr. Nemo?
Why, yes, Joshua Nemo. Say, don't I recognize your voice from someplace?
My voice? No, I'm sure you're mistaken. Well, Miss Brooks, I must be going, must be on my way.
But, sir...
I must leave at once if I'm going to sell my full quota of brushes tonight. Now, if you just...
Well, I got the fruit and I'm back, Mummy.
Well, see you all again.
Daddy, you're home.
Daddy?
You're my papa to me is so wonderful.
Oh, Dad, I've been ambushed.
Wait a minute. Now I recognize the voice. You're Sarah Doolittle.
Mustache and all. Well, so you're Sarah Doolittle.
But just whose son is this? Mrs. Kimberly here says he's hers.
Hello, Mummy.
And at the same time, Mr. Doolittle also has a claim on him.
Hello, Daddy.
Is he a Kimberly or a Doolittle?
Both.
Both?
He's a Kimberly Doolittle. You know, like Kaiser Fraser, Sears and Roebuck.
Why, Cock and Bull.
I did, and it fits.
Yes, I thought so. Well, I don't remember ever having enjoyed a night at the theater so much. And I think we can just forget about those $50 checks. Good night, whoever you are.
Oh, you are Dorothy Kimberly, eh? Of course, you realize, Miss Brooks, that I am bound by duty to report you to Mr. Stone and recommend severe disciplinary action.
You are, Sarah?
You are, Daddy?
Now stop that! On the other hand, we might consider the whole episode philosophically as a sort of exciting experience which we need not necessarily share with Mr. Stone, eh, Miss Brooks?
My vote goes to the exciting experience. But, Mr. Conklin, I thought of a follow-up article you might try writing, and this time you could prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Article? What sort of an article?
A little number called How I Brought Up My Backward English Teacher.
Our Miss
Brooks, starring Eve Arden, Frank Clark, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Alsberg and Lou Derman, with the music of Lud Gluskin.
In England, Ireland, Italy, and France, I've seen the Royal Guard. But don't say I didn't warn you. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and conventional washers, gas and electric ranges, and water heaters. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Ann O'Neill, and the Smith twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Rod.
Hi, Red. Say, where have you been? I thought you were going to give me a ride to the studio.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I forgot all about it. I stopped to get a haircut, and guess what? I had a lady barber. Yeah, she wasn't bad either. How do you like this cold wave on my sideburn?
Yeah, gee, women are taking over all men's jobs.
Yeah, men ought to take over the women's jobs. Of course, that won't be too easy. There's two things they can never accomplish.
What's that?
Twins.
You know something, Red?
What?
Women should stick to housework.
Oh, this is good. Mm-hmm. This is going to win them over right now.
That's what they're made for.
What?
Housework.
Yeah?
Have you ever noticed that a woman's fingers are just the right length to fit around a broomstick?
Yeah, and a man's fingers are just the right length to fit around a golf club.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Providence is wonderful, isn't it? We'll visit there someday. It's up in Rhode Island.
No kidding, Red. The girls are infiltrating into everything.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe someday we'll have a woman president.
Oh, that day'll never come. You can't get one of them to admit she's 36. But a woman president might not be a bad idea at that. At least you know what's going on in the government. You know how the women, they can't keep secrets. I can just hear the newsboy yelling, "Extra, extra, read all about it. President just gave birth to twins." Can you imagine having lady doctors? You're dying, so you're laying there, and a nurse comes in, and she lays her head on your chest to listen to your heart. Who could die? Your temperature would jump up to 980. Oh, my. And then some congresswoman would walk out. She'd stage a filibuster because some other congresswoman was wearing the same hat.
You know, it used to be a man's world once.
You kidding yourself? Women have always run things. The only man who had the world to himself was Adam.
Yeah, and he had asked for a wife.
Yeah. He took a ribbon on that, didn't he? Oh, there's nothing like good material. Sure wish we had some. You know, it's really getting to be something, though. They've got women bricklayers, contractors, bulldoze drivers. I even saw a woman ripping up the sidewalk. Of course, she was using her car to do it.
Yeah, and to think that most of the great men of history have been men.
There's a brilliant statement. I suppose you're going to say next that most of the great women were great women. Don't you feel like going out on a limb?
what a man should be boss in his own house.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I told my wife this morning. She had the nerve to ask me to wash the breakfast dishes, but I straightened her out, boy.
Bully
I
for
said,
you.
Go take a nap, will you?
Yeah. I said, bully for you. A family fight, huh?
No.
I bet that's why you forgot to pick me up.
No, I had to finish drying the cups and saucers.
You know, we got to stop this trend, Red. It all starts in the home. Wives tell their husbands what to do, and now they want to branch out.
Yeah.
We got to put a stop to it, and I know how.
How? What are you going to do?
Show you.
Nothing that drastic now.
Oh.
Watch it now, boy.
Hello?
Watch it, boy. Watch it, boy. Watch it.
This is Rod. Rod, your husband.
That's telling her.
You know, the guy that washes the dishes every night. That's right. Well, look, I'm going to stay out with the boys and play cards tonight, and I don't know when I'll get home. Sometime this week, maybe. Want to make something of it? Okay.
Even got the nickel back. Now, let me call my wife. There's the prefix. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry, operator. I'm sorry. My 3 minutes are up.
Come on, make that call.
I'll make the call. I'll show her who's boss around my place. Hello, honey? I call her honey because when I married her, I got stung. Hello, it's me. Look. Me. Yeah, Red. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. There's people here now. Wait a minute. Look, I'll vacuum just as soon as I get home. Yeah, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Stop staring at me, Rod. Gee. You know where I could buy a skirt on the way home? Now, look, don't start that stopwatch until I hang up, will you? Okay. Get ready. Go.
Chicken.
I think she was ready for me.
Yeah. You let your wife pet you off that way?
That wasn't my wife. That was my 4-year-old daughter, Valentina.
The Smith Twins will sing the popular song, Out of Breath.
Out of breath, after one little kiss. Who'd have thought I'd be caught with a feeling like this? I spin in the happiest haze, dancing in the darkest days. Out of sight, never be out of sight. In my arms, girl up every night. My heart is palpitating, so much it'll break. You touch me, and I quiver and quake. And ever since we're dating, I shiver and shake. What a sight, I love you, do I try, no can do. Out of breath over you. Out of breath, after one little kiss. Who'd have thought I'd be caught with a feeling like this? I'm standing in the happiest days, dancing in the danciest days. Out of sight, never be out of sight. In my arms, curl up every night. My heart is palpitating, so much it'll break. You touch me, I quiver and quake. And ever since we're dating, I shiver and shake. What a sigh out of you, though I try, no can do. I'm out of breath over you.
Time out for a minute while I tell you about a new kind of gas range that's really revolutionary. It's so simple and so safe. It's the new Nord self-starter gas range. Electricity lights the gas. Works just like the cigarette lighter in your car, only faster. You just press a button and a tiny electric coil ignites the flame. Do you realize what that means? No more matches, of course. And no constantly burning pilot light to up your gas bills. Or worse still, to go out. No, sir, all the top burners and even the oven of the Nord self-starter gas range lights safely, instantly, with electricity that's on only when you need it. This one feature alone is so outstanding that it won this year's National Home Safety Award. But Norge doesn't stop at one outstanding feature. Everything Norge makes makes right. The new Nord self-starter has an extra roomy balanced heat oven with a lighted picture window so you can see what's cooking without opening the door. It has the famous spiralator burners that cook faster with less gas. But why not go see the Nord self-starter gas range at your local dealers? You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord.
From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled Women Are Ruling the World. Chapter 1 is captioned Beauty versus Brawn, starring that punch-drunk prize fighter, Cauliflower McPug.
Boy, there's nothing like a gymnasium to pep you up. Think I'll go put on my gym suit and see if I can challenge anyone to a couple of rounds. Oh, there's that punchy fighter who's always hearing birds and bells. He's just climbing into the ring.
Hey, Cauliflower, what's up? I'm over the hill. Wait a minute, but who is it? Who is it? Keep talking, I'll find you.
What's up? Huh? I said, what's up?
Me, but not for long. Hey, you're just in time to watch me rehearse for my fight on television tonight.
Well, why do you have to rehearse? Isn't boxing on the up and up?
Well, with me, it's usually down and out. Oh, boy, a flock of them flew over that time. You know, it's getting so I have to rehearse my fights, so the guys with the stretchers won't miss their cues and carry me out of the ring too soon, you see. You never know. Now, you take my fight in Tarzana last week. I wish you would take it.
What happened?
What happened? You missed it?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had more.
Well, I was actually there, but I had to leave before it was over.
That's funny. I didn't see. Oh, a flamingo! I didn't see. I was sitting right there in the third row.
Well, I thought you were fighting.
I was fighting, only I'm following my manager's instruction. He told me to keep away from the other guys.
Yeah?
Well, I figured the third row is a safe distance. I gotta watch that trainer of mine. That guy's really punchy, this guy.
What do you
He
mean?
said to me last night, he said, I want you to lay down in the second round.
Yeah?
I never went that distance. See, I never fight close. That's my style, you see, boy. That what a scrap that was, though. One punch and that bum fell flat on his back. He fainted when my nose started to bleed.
Well, did you win?
What's that?
I say, did you win?
Win? What did that mean?
Win.
Careful, here comes the train. Them things really go by fast.
Yes, they do.
No, you wouldn't. I would have won except for the referee. You see, he was crooked. No, he was the crookedest nose on my face.
What makes you say he was crooked?
Well, he did everything possible to help the other guy win. Like kept telling him when I was hiding under the canvas. Tattletale. Oh, they're going back to Capistrano early, aren't they? Listen to that, will you?
Yeah? What?
Now, who would have an alarm clock go off at this time of the day? Get it off, it's driving me nuts.
I don't hear any alarm clock.
What's that?
I said, I don't hear any alarm clock.
Boy, I hope I never get it punchy you. You don't hear the alarm clock?
No, I don't hear any alarm clock.
Okay, don't take my word for it. Let the poor sucker oversleep. Marys are going to wake him up sooner or later anyhow.
Cauliflower,
Yeah?
you're punch happy.
Punch happy. You think I'm coming a part of the team, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You should see that guy I room with. Oh, that poor Tucker. I tell you, that rattler, he's really gone. Really got long hair, beautiful robe.
Yeah.
He's always climbing in a tree outside of our window picking oranges.
Well, what's wrong with that?
There's no tree outside that window. Fell out of it yesterday. Almost broke them bird eggs I found in the nest up in the tree.
Look, Cauliflower, I thought you were going to rehearse for your fight on television. Where's your opponent?
Yeah, he comes now, right now, the one that I think I can take. Hey, Slugger, come here, will you?
Hello there, Cauliflower.
Oh, Cauliflower, you're not going to fight an old lady like that, are you?
Yeah, this is a return match. She knocked me out the last time we fought, you see.
Oh, I'm ready anytime you are, you bum.
Don't let her fool you, boy. Don't let her look fool you, you know. She was the hanky-weight championship. She won the hanky-weight championship of the WAC during Bull Run. Is that right, Grandma?
Yes, that's right, Cauliflower. And I train on nothing but Lydia Pinkham.
Cauliflower, I'm not letting...
Boy, I hope I never get that punchy. It's right there. All you got to do is win it.
Cauliflower, I'm not letting you...
You keep on. I'm not going to let you either. Keep on. It's all right.
I'm not going to let you go through with this. It's unfair.
Yeah?
Yes.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I spoke too soon. Maybe I ought to make her tie one hand behind her back, huh? Oh, here comes the referee. Here comes
All right, both fighters, come on out in the center of the ring for instructions.
Well, hello, Ethel.
Hiya, Slugger. You feel in shape?
Well, I've got a touch of rheumatism, but I think I can take this bum.
Sure you can. Want me to hold your hearing aid?
And you two know each other?
Of course. Slugger's my mother. What's it to you?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to be sure this fight was on the up and up.
You both know the rules. Go back to your corners and wait for the bell.
Cauliflower, you're not going to hit that sweet little old lady, are you?
I never hit anybody in a fight yet. Why should I start now? Here, answer the phone, will you? Answer the phone. Probably the hospital calling to see if it's time to send the ambulance over.
There's the bell. Now, go ahead, Cauliflower.
I didn't hear nothing. But I'll take your word for it. Get ready to catch me.
Oh, I wish my grandchildren were here to see this.
Cauliflower, cover up. Cover up.
Well, I'm covered up. I got my trunk over my head now.
1, 2,
Come on now, Jester. Hey, what are you counting for? I ain't down.
No, but you will be by the time I get to 10. 4, 5, 6.
Watch out now. Watch out.
Hit him, Mother.
Watch out now.
Make him stand still.
Whee!
Right on the button.
Cauliflower, get up. Get up.
I can't. These anvils I got in my gloves are too heavy.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Out. The winner, Slugger Sophie.
It was quicker today. Oh, well, back to my needlepoint.
Cauliflower, are you hurt bad?
I think she broke every bell in my head.
I thought you were going to knock her out of the ring.
Well, you see, she's new at this game, so I thought I'd show her how it's done first.
Now Dave Rose and his orchestra will play one of Cole Porter's most popular numbers, Just One of Those Things. now, Jane Masters, who's co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department, has a cooking hint for the family homemaker.
One of the questions women often ask me is, what's the difference between hard-boiled and hard-cooked eggs? Eggs should never be boiled because it makes them tough. They should be hard-cooked by simmering them just below the boiling point. And by the way, if you'll simmer them for only 15 minutes, then cool them quickly in cold water, they'll never have those ugly dark circles around the yolks.
Aha, that's where the electric timer on the Norge self-starter gas range comes in handy. You can set it to ring when your 15 minutes is up.
Yes. And, Rod, since we're talking about simmering foods, I think you should mention the click simmer safety valves on the new Norge.
Ah, good point. With Norge, you get any heat you want instantly, from a slow simmer to a fast boil. And the famous spiralator burners that are exclusive with Norge focus the heat like a spotlight under any size pan. The flame never spills over the sides to smudge your pans. Foods cook faster and more evenly. And it really saves gas. But look, why don't you just go see this new Norge self-starter gas range? Electricity lights the gas. The Norge self-starter is so safe and so thrifty that it won this year's National Home Safety Award. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Our third chapter on Women Ruling the World is about a lady driver who didn't miss Willie Lump Lump. Oh, there's been an accident. Gee, here's the guy wrapped around this fire plug. It's Willie Lump Lump. Willie, are you hurt?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Well, how did it happen?
How did what happen?
The accident.
Oh, you've met my wife?
No, somebody ran over you, don't you remember?
Look, I never was one for details, and I'm not going to tell you a thing, fat boy. You know why?
Why?
Because you just don't look right to me. You just don't look right. I've seen a lot of busybodies in my day, but you just don't look right to me.
Willie.
Let me repeat. You just don't look right. I ain't through yet.
Oh.
You just don't look right.
Willie, are you sure you're all right?
No.
I don't like that vacant look in your eyes.
No.
You know, you might have amnesia.
I never took the stuff in my life. As it comes in pinch bottles, I got that all right.
No, amnesia is a loss of memory.
Well, believe me, then it comes in a pinch bottle.
Do you remember anything that happened before the car hit you?
Yeah, I was just crawling along, minding my own business.
Well, do you remember where you were last night?
I haven't got the faintest idea. But if you really must know, you can go down to the police station and read the blotter. I was so saturated that they picked me up with a blotter. I must have had a lot of fun, they tell me. I must have had a lot of fun. They find me enough, I know that.
Well, I know what's wrong with you, and it isn't amnesia.
What's that?
Willie, how can you stash away so much?
Would you believe it? Until I was a little boy, 3 years old, I didn't know that this stuff existed. But then one day, somebody spiked my pablum, and I was a goner.
Does your wife like you to drink?
My wife don't like me, period. She's always telling me how she could have married somebody better, somebody with a better job than I got.
What kind of job have you got?
Well, it don't pay much, you see.
Willie, what kind of a job is it?
The hours are good, though.
Answer my question, Willie. What's your job?
You couldn't ask for a better working conditions, I'll tell you that.
Willie, what's your job?
I am unemployed.
Hey, Willie, look at that woman coming this way. She sure is mad about something.
That's that woman driver that ran over me.
So, I finally caught up with you. You hit and run pedestrian. Thought you could get away from the scene of the accident, huh?
Look, lady, I wasn't...
Oh, yes, you were. You should see my fender. Dent in it this long. And it's all your fault. You didn't give a signal or anything, you communist. Getting some woman isn't safe driving on the street anymore without some man getting in her way.
Look, you don't have to bite my head off, and believe me, your mouth is big enough to do.
Go on, hit me, you brute.
Anything to please a lady.
Hey, Willie, don't.
You had no business on the sidewalk at all. Why didn't...
You got a better part than I got.
Why didn't you walk in the street where you'll be safe?
Oh, shut up. I'm sick and tired of them. Do this, do that. It was a woman that made me what I am today. A married man. So help me, I will get her if it's the last thing I do.
Hey, Willie, calm down, will you? That's the police.
Yes, the police.
So the policeman.
Police should know about this weasel.
Yes.
All right. What's going on here?
I'm a dead duck. A woman officer. How romantic. How romantic.
Officer, I want this masher arrested. What's the trouble, dearie?
I'll tell you what the trouble is, officer.
Nobody's talking to you, you bum. Let's hear your story, dearie. Well, I signaled for a left turn, then changed my mind and signaled for a right turn. Then I put the car in reverse. That makes sense. Then I decided to take a shortcut down the sidewalk because there were too many reckless man drivers puttering up the street. Well, this weasel here was a hogging the sidewalk, and I was late getting to the beauty parlor, so in order to avoid an accident, I just ran over him. So, you were hogging the sidewalk. Hey, Bloodshot?
So all I did was stop on the sidewalk to fix a flat in my head.
You tell it to the judge, Miss O'Reilly.
The judge is a woman?
Yes. I'm running in. Come on, Superman.
So help me, I will see my lawyer. He will get me out of this.
Into the patrol wagon with
I demand to see my lawyer, Frank Belcher. You can't throw me in. I want to see... Frank, what are you doing wearing those hands?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next week.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
And this is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is CBS Radio Network.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. It's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. So Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lum Costello.
Costello, come here. Costello, ever since we've opened this drugstore, you spent all your time behind that soda fountain. What are you doing now?
I'm making a Maltese milk.
You mean a malted milk?
Nah, I mean a Maltese milk. This is for the cat.
Yeah, look. Will you get from behind that counter? You're no soda jerk.
Abbott, keep those words closer together.
Look, now what are you doing? Get your hand out of that box.
Oh, I was just eating some lifesavers.
Those aren't lifesavers. They're corn plasters.
Corn plasters? No wonder every time I hiccup, I taste mercurochrome.
Eat. That's all you do is eat.
I like to eat.
Well, look, what are you putting in your mouth now?
Oh, it's just these little round hard candies. I've been eating them all day.
Those aren't hard candies. Those are marbles out of the pinball machine.
They are?
Yeah.
That explains everything, Abbott.
Explains what?
Every time I sneeze, my nose lights up and spells tilt.
Now, look. Will you come over here, please, and help me put the price tags on these rat biscuits?
Rat biscuits?
Certainly. Don't you have rat biscuits at your house?
No, if the rats can't eat what we eat, let them starve.
Oh. All right, answer that telephone, Costello. Go ahead.
Hello, Costello's drugstore.
Hello, Mr. Costello. Do you have any medicine for a sick mule?
Yes, I have.
Well, why don't you take some, you jackass?
That was a very peachy joke. I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you have any medicine for a sick mule?
No, but you can call my brother-in-law.
No, I'm stuck with two jackasses.
Look, will you stop with those jokes and get to work, please?
Yeah. Hey, I've been working all morning, Abbott. I'm making mustard plasters.
You make your own mustard plasters?
Yeah. I start with a little red pepper, chili powder, and then I add some horseradish and Tabasco sauce.
Oh, wait a minute. You'd better be careful with all that hot stuff.
Yeah, last week I had a little accident when my Uncle Artie Stebbins sat down on one of my mustard plasters.
What happened?
He won first prize in the national air races.
Hello. I'll answer it. Hello, Costello's. Costello's drugstore. Oh, hello, Mrs. Dinkelberger.
Oh, yeah.
What? He did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll take care of that right away. Costello, you idiot. I told you to deliver an electric bed warmer to Mrs. Dinkelberger.
Well, I did that, Abbott.
You dummy, you didn't. You took her over an electric bed warmer, but you took her an electric toaster.
I wondered why it kept turning her over and throwing her out of bed.
How can you be so stupid? Can't you tell a bed warmer from a toaster? Don't you know the first thing about electricity?
Sure. For quite a while now, I've been experimenting with short waves.
How long have you been interested in short waves?
Ever since I got slapped by a tall whack.
What a dope. Goodness, I don't know. Why, you don't even know who invented electricity.
Oh, sure I do.
Oh, you do?
Oh, are you kidding? Everybody knows that electricity was discovered by Mrs. Benjamin Franklin.
Mrs. Franklin? You mean Benjamin Franklin?
Oh, Mrs. Benjamin Franklin. One day she and her husband had an argument, and she said, Benjamin, go fly a kite.
Oh.
And that's how it started.
Look, will you cut out
Go fly a kite.
Cut out the silliness, Costello.
My wife tells me the same thing. I don't invent nothing.
Look, will you do me a favor? Please, and take a bed warmer over to Mrs. Dinkelberger's right away. And be sure you get the right voltage. Do you notice the voltage and wattage in her cottage?
Did I notice the voltage and wattage in her cottage?
Yes.
Hey, Abbott, you talk it a little stupid.
No, Costello. What is her house, AC or DC?
It's, lousy.
No. Look, what is the house wired for?
What is the house wired for?
What is the house wired for?
The same thing that all California houses are wired for.
What's that?
To keep them from falling apart.
No. I'm talking about electricity, Costello. Look at that bed warmer. Look at it. You see it there? Now, what does that little tag say?
40.
That means 40 what?
I don't know.
I just told you.
You told me what?
That's right.
What's right?
Correct. You see, Costello, the amount of current used in this bed warmer is 40 watts.
I don't know.
Look, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
You're telling me what?
Yes.
Here we go again.
Let me explain it another way. At your house, you have a little electric bulb. Now, what do you see on the bottom of that bulb?
flies.
Fly. Oh, no. All right, look. But suppose the flies weren't there.
Then it wouldn't be my house.
Well, look. Please pay attention. On the bottom of your light bulb, it tells you the wattage. Wattage was discovered by a man named James Watt. What is the man's name?
Was it Smith?
No. It wasn't Smith. What is the man's name?
I give up.
I just told you.
You didn't tell me nothing. You said, what is the man's name?
That's right.
What's right?
Correct.
Hey, Abbott, can I ask you just one little simple question?
Oh, certainly, Costello. Go ahead.
Well, the man who discovered wattage, his first name is James, correct?
Correct.
What is his last name?
Right.
Now I got it.
All right, now, tell me the man's name.
James Wright.
Oh,
Where's the manager of this drugstore? I demand to see the manager.
Costello, see what that lady wants.
What can we do for you, madam?
Oh, there you are, you little bloated blimp. You're the one that told me that bottle of leg makeup.
Yes, ma'am. What's the matter? Is it the right shade?
You fool, I can't get my leg out of the bottle.
You know the bottle's got a better shape than the leg? Something? I read it wrong. So what?
Are you kidding? Just look at my limbs. I have very pretty legs. Have you ever seen anything like these before?
Only once. But they had a sign on them that said, "You are now approaching the California Redwoods."
Oh, you're so clever, Mr. Costello. You know you could sell a lot of medicine in this drugstore if you do just one thing.
And what's that?
Stand outside and make people sick.
Never mind our Costello. See what that man wants at the prescription counter. He looks like he's in pain.
Oh, help. Help, young man, help. I've got to have something to make me sleep. I dreamt all night long that grasshoppers were jumping around in my stomach.
What'd you have for dinner?
Grasshoppers.
All right, I'll take care of this man. Answer that phone.
Okay. Hello, Costello's drugstore.
Call me a doctor. Call me a doctor. You must call me a doctor.
Why?
I just graduated from medical school.
Hey, look, Costello. Here comes the movie actress, Bessie May Mutual.
Hello, boys. I thought I'd stop in at your drugstore and purchase a few packages. First, I would like a large box of aspirin tubelets.
Aspirin tubelets?
Abbott, that's what you take when you got a hoodie.
Is there anything else, Miss Mutual?
Yes, I'd better have a large bottle of coke medicine.
Coke medicine?
Yes. Did you ever wake up in the middle of the night hoking and coughing?
No, but last night I had the snoofles in my news.
You can get my packages ready and send them over in your delivery troop.
Very sorry. The troop is broken. I have to come over on my roller skates.
Well, I have to leave you now. Aloha, adios, and au revoir.
How do you like that? She didn't even say goodbye.
Costello, this man just came in the side entrance. See what he wants.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, listen, could you get me a glass of water? A glass of water? What?
Water?
Champagne. Yeah, I've had these. I've had them for 2 months. For 2 months. 2 months.
2 months?
Nights.
Look, I'll get you some pills for that.
Oh, no thanks. I couldn't keep those big pills on my stomach.
Well, we'll tape them on.
Quiet, Costello. Here, my good man. Just swallow these big round pills fast, and you'll be all right.
Oh, thank you. Ah, gee, that's swell. I feel fine. Fine. Fine.
Don't stand there, Abbott. Put your hand over his mouth before I break every window in the joint.
All right, I'll get this fellow outside, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. There comes Mrs. Niles.
Oh, there you are, you little pipsqueak. I've got a bone to pick with you.
A bone? No, thanks. I'm full. I just had lunch with a Cocker Spaniel.
Now, you pay attention. Do you remember last week when my horse fell down in front of your drugstore and hurt his leg?
Yes?
Well, when you bandaged up the horse's leg, you tied my leg up with it.
So what?
In the past week, I've run in 5 races at Santa Anita.
And what are you bragging about? Not once did you come into the money.
Niles, Mrs. Niles, how do you do? What's the trouble?
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. I came over here to collect my rent. You boys have been living in my apartment for a month now, and I haven't received a penny.
Well, here it is.
The rent?
No, a penny.
Oh, that does it. Costello, if you don't have the rent by noon tomorrow, I'll throw you out of my apartment. And furthermore, I'll have the sheriff attach this drugstore.
Mrs. Niles, don't do that. I haven't got any money. How about taking the money in merchandise? Here, Mrs. Niles, how about some of these nice beauty preparations?
I don't need any. I spent Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in a beauty parlor.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in a beauty parlor?
Yes.
Brother, that's what I call a lost weekend.
Oh, you little squirt. Just remember what I said. I either get my rent or out you go, and I'll close this drugstore. Goodbye.
Well, Costello, you've got us in hot water again. Mrs. Niles is mad with us. We're going to get thrown out of our apartment, and we're going to lose the drugstore.
Abbott, everything happens to me.
Yep.
I'm always in trouble. Look at the bags under my eyes. Maybe I can get rid of these bags by putting some of this cream on them.
Costello, be careful of those creams. They're very powerful. Some of them are for weight control. For instance, if the label says fat, you get fat. If it says thin, you get thin. Now remember that. Whatever the label says, you get.
You get what the label says?
That's right. You get what the label says.
Call a doctor. Get me a doctor.
Wait a minute. What's the matter? What does the label say?
Baby cream.
Oh.
Well. And now, here is lovely Amy Arnell to sing.
Some Sunday morning is going to be some Sunday morning for someone and me. Bells will be chiming and old melody, especially for someone and me. There'll be an organ playing, friends and relations will there. Say, can't you hear them saying, gee, what a peach of a pair. Some Sunday morning we'll walk down the aisle. He'll be so nervous and I'll try to smile. Things sure look rosy for someone and me. Some Sunday morning you'll see. Some Sunday morning we'll walk down the aisle. He'll be so nervous and I'll try to smile. Things will look rosy for someone and me. Some Sunday morning you'll see. Some Sunday morning you'll see.
What are you doing up there on that ladder, Costello?
I'm packing up all this medicine. Mrs. Niles is closing my drugstore because I can't pay the rent. Here, Abbott, catch this big bottle I got.
Wait a minute. What's in that bottle?
Oh, just some coloring stuff. It's some kind of tint.
Tint?
Yeah, it's right on the bottle. TNT.
Don't throw that bottle. Don't throw that bottle, you dummy. Get off that ladder, Costello. You hear me? Get down. Now, look what you did. Pick up those aspirin tablets.
What aspirin tablets? Those are my teeth.
This whole thing is ridiculous, Costello. You don't have to close up this store. You've got it until noon tomorrow to raise the rent money. Now, all we have to do is think this thing over carefully. Let's put our heads together.
Now, wouldn't that be a pretty picture? It would look like a baseball score. Nothing to nothing.
No, Hey, look, Costello. Look! Costello! Look what I found on the bottom shelf. A sack of uranium.
Uranium?
Certainly. You know what uranium is?
My mother has a box on the windowsill full of pink and red uranium.
No. Costello, those are geraniums.
And she had some of those brass flowers, too.
Brass flowers?
Yes, petunias.
No, you dope. Don't you realize what uranium is? That's what they use to make atomic bombs. Wait a minute, Costello. This is wonderful. I know how you can raise the money to pay the rent.
Was that little bag of uranium?
Yes. All you have to do is invent an atomic bomb.
Now, me, Abbott, I can't stand noise of any kind.
You can't stand noise?
No, when I was a little boy, I couldn't wear bangs.
You could wear... Oh, come on. This is nonsense, please. Look, listen, please. If you invent an atomic bomb, the whole world will be talking about Lou Costello. Can't you just hear what they're saying?
Yeah, don't it look natural? I ain't messing around with that stuff, Abbott.
Oh, come on. This is too good to lose, Costello. Look, I'm going to call that great scientist, Professor Melonhead. Hello? Hello, Professor Melonhead. This is Abbott. Get over to Costello's drugstore right away.
Sorry, I'm in the bathtub right now taking a bath, but I'll be there as soon as I dress. Well, gentlemen, here I am.
Put on your hat, Melonhead. You're still half naked. And what are you dragging that bathtub for?
Quiet, Costello. Professor Melonhead, we have just found a sack of uranium.
Eureka!
No, uranium.
Oh, uranium. Do you realize what that means, gentlemen? We can make a bomb. Do you hear? A bomb!
Abbott, get this guy out of here. He's bombing.
Don't insult the professor, Costello. Melonhead is a great scientist.
Yes, sir, Costello. I got my Ph.D. at Harvard, my LL.D. at Yale. What about you?
I got my DVD at Sears Roebuck.
Costello, I'm amazed at your display of ignorance. I, Professor Melonhead, am one of the country's leading chemists. Why, all day long, I spend my time mixing things in glasses.
Mixing things in glasses?
Yes, it's made a great scientist out of me.
It made a souse out of Ray Moran.
Please, Costello, I'm not talking about the lost weekend. I'm offering you my talents in an effort to invent an atomic bomb within the price range of everybody's purse. Just think of it. I doubt if you have the mental talents to collaborate with me. Now, tell me, Costello, do you know anything about chemistry?
Are you kidding? Ask me questions.
All right, I'll ask you an elementary question. Name 3 things that contain starch.
A cow and 2 cups.
Oh,
Quiet, Costello, quiet. Leave it to the professor, please.
Hey, Abbott, how is this guy going to make a bomb out of this sack of junk?
Junk. Costello, scientists can do anything. Why, just the other day, a fellow scientist of mine succeeded in getting milk. Milk, mind you, from a peanut. Now, what have you got to say to that?
All I can say is he must have had an awful low stool.
Wait a minute. You mean to say that you question the veracity of my scientific thesis? Young man, do you realize that they are even making women's clothes out of sour milk?
Now, there's a pretty picture. Can you imagine dancing with a girl in a cheese chemise and a girdle?
Costello, will you cut it out? Professor, do you really think you can make an atomic bomb?
Please, do not ask me if I think. Of course I think. I am one of the world's biggest thinkers.
You can speak plainer than that.
Costello. Of course, gentlemen, we cannot experiment with this dangerous element within the confines of the city limits. Now, gather up your sack of uranium, Costello, and meet me in the middle of the Mojave Desert tomorrow morning. When we explode this bomb, it will be sensational. All atomic bombs in the past have been set off from a point miles away, but this time, we want a man right by the bomb to see what happens in Costello. When we ask for a man to volunteer, who do you think steps forward? Who? You.
Who pushed me?
Oh. Enough of this nonsense. Now, I'll see you two gentlemen at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning in the Mojave Desert. Well, good day. I must be off. I must be off.
And he ain't kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are gathered in the lonely wastes of the Mojave Desert. We are about to witness a great scientific experiment. All night long, Professor Melonhead has labored to perfect his atomic bomb. And in exactly 3 minutes, they will pull the lever that releases this terrible energy. All it requires is a little jerk.
That's me, folks.
Costello, here comes Professor Melonhead.
There you are, Costello. Well, we're all ready for the great experiment. Everybody get in the bomb shelter. Wait a minute. Not you, Costello. You're going to stay out here and pull the lever.
Abbott, get me out of here.
Oh, nonsense, Costello. You have nothing to fear. I have brought with me one of the greatest authorities on the atomic bomb in the whole world, Dr. Philpot store cheese. Now, I want you, Costello, I want you to meet this great scientific genius. Doctor, say hello to Lou Costello.
Hello. I just came from Brazil. You must have come in with the last shipment of nuts.
Quiet, Costello. Dr. Store Cheese is going to tell you how to protect yourself when this bomb goes off.
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing to it. It just calls for perfect timing. When you pull the lever, the machine will go clank, clank, clank. And then finally it makes a big boom and you go, I got news for you. I'm going to go before it goes boom.
All right, let's go. Everybody into the bomb shelter. I'm talking to you now, Costello, over the radio, the radio phone in the bomb shelter. Now, are you at your station?
I'm at my station.
Grasp lever.
Grasp lever.
Pull.
Pull. Cheap uranium. The bomb didn't go off. I knew it wouldn't work. Oh, boy, I bet all you people out there thought I was going to go off.
Costello. Oh, poor Costello, my little pal. Costello, where is he? Hello.
Hello, Abbott.
Oh, thank heavens you're safe, Costello. Where are you?
I'm up here on the moon.
You're up on the moon. Don't be silly. There's only one man who gets to the moon. That's Superman.
What do you think gave me the nickel for this phone call?
And now, here are Bud and Lou with a final word. Well, Costello, you turned out to be quite a scientist tonight.
Yes, and to prove to the audience that I really am a scientist, I'd like to invite everybody to stay after the show, and I'll get out my bottles and glasses and mix them one of my favorite drinks.
No, not that. Get away.
Wait a minute, you. Hey, listen, fella, I'm just as smart as you are anytime.
Oh, yeah? I saw you and Bud last night in your new Universal picture, The Little Giant. Boy, are you a dope.
Oh, yeah? Ask me something.
Okay, fat stuff. What's the difference between a beautiful girl and a baboon?
I don't know.
You must have some wonderful dates.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Night to Patty and Carol.
This is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading orchestras. Of course, we'll touch on other topics, too, and right now sit back and enjoy Groucho. Say, Fenneman, tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is street. S-T-R-E-E-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again, starting my 13th year of You Bet Your Life. And when we started, Fenneman was just a little boy in short pants. Now he's just a little boy in long pants. George, tell him how much money is at stake tonight.
Well, we're starting a new quiz tonight, and each of our couples could win up to $10,000.
And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
The Red Cross is on the job when you need it. Now it's your turn, the Red Cross needs you. There's a rule we've all been taught, so let's heed it. Do for others as you'd have them do for you. Whenever things get tough anywhere, the Red Cross is there to make them easier to bear. You can be sure that when you need them, they'll come through. And that's all the Red Cross ever asks of you. And that's all the Red Cross ever asks of you.
Groucho, Pamela Jason and Harold Abbott are waiting to converse with you, so folks come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Pamela Jason and Harold Abbott, huh? Pamela, may I call you Pam?
Yes, of course.
Good. Where are you from, Pam?
I'm from Beverly Hills and originally from New York.
Married, I presume?
Well, not at the moment.
No. Well, were you married 10 minutes ago?
No.
Are you looking around?
Well, not especially, but
You're not-
if the right man comes along.
Exactly what should he be like? I mean, could you give us an approximation of what you're after?
Well, I suppose he should be intelligent and a good provider and a lot of fun and handsome. Sort of a Prince Charming on a white horse.
No, shucks, Pam, you embarrass me. Talking about me that way, oh, shucks. Your name is Harold Shucks? No, Harold Abbott, huh?
Well, yes, Harold Abbott.
Where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri. Born down in Webb City, down the southwest corner of the state.
Are you married?
Very, very much so, yes.
Are you happily married?
Very.
Have you ever thought of consulting a good psychologist about this unusual condition that you're in? What sort of work do you do, Hal?
I'm in charge of the Dale Carnegie courses out in the Middle West, in 6 Middle Western states.
What is that? Is that they give away libraries?
No, that's the Andrew. No, Dale Carnegie wrote that wonderful book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and later on, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. And the course is conducted in several hundred cities, in fact, every city of any size. And
how'd you ever get involved in this kind of a tricky racket?
Well, I spent the first 38 years of my life with an inferiority complex as big as this house, as big as a great big house. I was afraid of most everyone.
That wasn't a complex, that was a duplex.
An apartment house. It was an apartment house, very big apartment house.
In what way did you feel inferior at the time?
Well, I thought that everyone that if they had a bathroom in their home, they were better than I.
No, they were just cleaner.
You're right there. No, I had a big round tub that I used.
Yeah, you still have, I mean.
You should have seen it a year ago.
Well, I'd like to. Could you bring it around sometime? Do you think many people suffer from inferiority complexes?
Yes, I believe I'm safe in saying, Groucho, that 90% of the people listening to this program right now, to some degree, have an inferiority complex.
I don't think that's true. 90% of the people watching this program right now are sound asleep. And the other 10 have turned off their sex. What would you suggest I do to improve myself?
Well, one of my favorite formulas is to start each morning by thinking pleasant thoughts and even going beyond that, giving a pleasant smile and saying a happy good morning to the first 15 people you meet, including your own family.
Mm-hmm. The garbage man is in for a shock when I open the door and kiss him good morning. He's going to crawl right back in his can. I want to ask you a question. If I meet 30 people the first day, could it be arranged so I don't have to meet anybody the next day? Now, if you say so, tomorrow morning, I give a cheery hello to the first 15 people I meet.
Including your own family.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't get up at all in that case. I'll tell you, if I meet the first 15 people, by the time I get to number 16, he's going to wish he'd never been born. Well, I hate to put an end to this conversation because it was very scientific. Let's see how much you two can win in the quiz. George, suppose you tell them how to play this, huh?
Well, as you can see there...
Are you playing with toys now?
No, this is pretty important to these people. The box is divided into $100, $200, and $300 questions. Of course, the $100 ones are fairly simple. The $200 ones are more difficult, and the $300 ones are pretty tough. Now, you get 4 questions. You get to keep all the money you win, and the object of the game is to earn at least $500, because if you do, you can come back at the end of the show and try for $10,000. So out of 4 questions, try to get a total of $500.
Okay, you understand it? Right. Now, what category did they select, George?
Professions of famous people, right?
What you pick, Emma?
Being conservative, I'll start with 100.
100?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What was Paul Gauguin's profession? Gauguins.
Artist.
Artist is right.
You now have $100 and 3 more chances to make 5.
$200?
200?
What was Franz Hals' profession? H-A-L-S. You pronounce it Hals or Hall?
Hals,
Hals, huh?
He was also an artist.
That's true. He was also an artist.
And you now have $300 and 2 more chances to make 5.
300.
This? Mahatma Gandhi was many things, but what was his actual profession originally?
He was a teacher of religion, or a teacher, let's say.
Well, not on this card. It says lawyer. There's a big difference between a lawyer and a teacher. If you want a divorce, you don't go to a teacher.
You still have $300.
But if you want to learn something, go to a lawyer.
And 1 more chance to make 5.
Well, let's take this one right here. Looks like a good one.
$200?
200?
What was Vasco de Balboa's profession? Explorer is absolutely correct.
You came in under the wire with $500, so we'll see you back here with a chance at running your earnings into $2,000, $5,000, or $10,000.
Congratulations. We'll see you later.
Thank you, sir.
That's French.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Bucharest, Belgrade, Ankara, Athens. Early in his career, NBC commentator Martin Agronsky developed a first-hand acquaintance with the trouble spots of the world. From his first radio reports on the Russo-Finnish upheaval more than 18 years ago, through his tour of duty as correspondent in the Balkans, with the British Army in Libya under Japanese guns in Singapore, and on RAF bombing raids over Italy, Martin Agronsky developed his gift for the acute and penetrating analysis of events that won for him the coveted George Foster Peabody Award for Radio Journalism. Martin Agronsky is typical of the top NBC newsmen who broadcast News on the Hour. This is Chet Huntley inviting you to be with us as the news breaks on News on the Hour, all day, every day, over most of these same NBC stations.
Groucho, we have a couple of special guests whom I invited to come down and talk to you. They're...
What do you mean by special guests? Aren't they all special?
I think you better judge for yourself, really. Linda Cooper and Frank Hernandez, would you come in your special way, please?
Welcome to your Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Linda Cooper and Frank Hernandez. Glad to see you. Linda, I'll start with you. Where are you from?
Ukiah, California.
Are you married?
Yes, to a very wonderful man.
I'm Linda. I never ask a woman outright how old she is because I think it's rude. It isn't polite, so I'll be sneaky about it. How old were you when you first got married?
16.
16. And how long have you been married to this wonderful man who's made you so happy?
4 years.
Let's see, you were 16, you got married. You got a pencil on you? Well, say, you must be about 20 years old, huh? See how easy it is to find out your age, Linda?
No, Groucho, I'm 34.
But it says 20 here.
This is my third husband.
Oh. You've been married to your present husband 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're 34 years old, and you've been married 3 times. Is that right so far?
No, Grouch, I've been married 4 times. This is my 3rd husband.
You've been married 4 times? Linda, how could you have 3 husbands and still be married 4 times?
I married my 3rd husband twice, my 2nd husband twice. Grouch.
Well, do you have any children?
8 children.
8 children,
Mm-hmm.
3 husbands, 4 marriages, and you're 34. If life begins at 40, you've certainly got some interesting years ahead of you. Now, you must be Frank Hernandez, huh?
Yes, I am.
Do you approve of people getting married 4 times, Frank?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because I've been married 4 times myself.
Between the two of you, you've been married 8 times, huh? That's some sort of a record, even for this show. Where are you from?
I am from Carthage, New Mexico, but right now I live in North Central at the 182 Oliver Street.
Do you have a job? You said the sacred word, Frank, which is street, so you just won $50 easy dollars. And you is 50 for you.
Thank you, Grouch.
What kind of a job do you have, Frank?
I have my own cabaret and a big joint.
Would you give me that again? You
have
say
my-
you had a ham on rye and a beer joint?
I have my own cabaret and a big joint.
Do you do anything else besides operate this beer joint?
Well, I got some business in Mexicali, Mexico. Selling lots and rent the houses and collect the rents. For 3 or 4 days in a week, another 3 or 4 days in the week, I come to El Centro and do the same thing, collect the rents.
You're a landlord, huh?
Well, it's part of it.
What's the other part of it?
Well, singing and dancing.
Now, Frank, you say you've been married 4 times, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Linda's managed 8 children out of 4 marriages. How about you? How many children do you have around the house?
17.
Now, just a moment. You have 17 children?
Yes, sir.
Well, what else is new, Frank? 17 children. Is this all true, and they all live at your house?
Yes, from my first wife.
You mean there are more children?
Yes, sir.
Well, how many did you have by your 3rd wife?
19.
Are you sure you haven't got a pencil on you?
Well, no, I lost it.
17 and 19. That's 36 children. That's not bad for 3rd wives, 36 children. That makes 36 children for 2 marriages. This is true, Frank. Huh?
That's right.
I'm afraid to ask him about the other marriage. Frank, what is the total? How many children do you have altogether?
53.
This hasn't been an easy night for me. I mean, this is astonishing. Can you prove this, Frank?
Yes, I can prove it.
You can, huh? Okay, prove it. Name all 53 children. Or do you just brand them?
Well, Marina.
Manuel?
Raul.
Raul, should you say?
Raul.
Raul.
Raul, yeah.
Raul?
Yeah. Cruz. Aurelio.
Haven't you got any ponchos?
Yes, I have 2 panchos.
2 ponchos. 2 ponchos, equals 1 Linda in south of the Rio Grande. Never mind, Frank. This is only a half-hour show and 53 children. I'm exhausted. I'll take your word for the rest of it. Well, you're a remarkable people, and it's been an experience talking to you. You're a credit to the Mexican government. You're an American citizen now,
Yes, sir.
I suppose, yeah. I hope you both will. You're a credit to both countries. And to Canada, too. And a good section of Central and South America. And you can put part of Middle Europa in there, too. Okay, now let's play You Bet Your Life. George, what category had they chosen?
Food and cooking.
Well, would you explain the rules?
All right.
The idea is to win $500. And if you win $500, you get a chance at the big money later.
I hope.
And no matter how much you win, you keep.
That's what I was going to say.
These are the easiest. Well, look, I don't want to take your living out of your mouth.
You get 4 chances to earn the $500. If you do, you can come back later and run your winnings up into perhaps $10,000. And I think it'd be good if you could.
Are you happy now?
Yes.
What kind do you want first, Linda? Do you want an easy one or a hard one?
What do you want?
Well, what do you think? $100? Okay, just take a blue one.
$200?
200?
What is the principal ingredient of Hasenpfeffer?
Rabbit.
Rabbit is right.
You have $200. All you have to get is 300 more, and you'll have a chance at 10.
Pick one for Linda.
A pink one for girls this time.
This is $300 you're going for. This will do it if you get it.
What are hominy grits made of? Hominy.
Bacon hide. Pig hide.
After that, you'll have to hide, Linda. It's made out of corn.
Corn. Oh, yeah.
Well, you still have your...
Well, you have 2 more chances to...
get it up to 5 now.
500. You have 200 right now.
Come on. Another pink one. Okay.
Another big one.
What is the French term used for coffee served with hot milk?
Coffee with hot milk. I'm sorry, Rachel. You know something.
Cafe au lait. Cafe au lait.
Well, you have one more question, one more chance. You have $200. You have to earn 500 to get a chance to come back.
Go for the big one, Frank.
Yes. Let's try another pink one, Hank. We just might get it.
What is the Italian word for appetizers? You know, the stuff they bring you.
Italian?
You know, what they bring you at the beginning of an Italian meal. All that stuff they bring, you know, the different...
Order.
Huh?
Order.
Yeah, but what is the Italian word? In every Italian restaurant, they serve this before you get the spaghetti and the meatballs and Dino Martin and all that stuff.
Not minestrone.
I'm sorry. You should have known this. Antipasto.
Oh, yeah.
That's a shame. Well, you didn't earn your $500, so that means you won't be back for a chance at the big money.
Well, they got the secret word, didn't they? You got the
Yes,
secret word and
Street.
$200. Well, each got $150. That's not too bad. You're leaving it with some money, and good luck to your family and to your family and all your husbands and wives.
We'll see if our first couple can bring their winnings up to $10,000 in just a moment.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litterbug.
If you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litterbug. If you throw litter from your car, a litterbug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litterbug.
I'm Bill Holden, folks, and what I have to say is aimed at me as much as you. We live in a beautiful area, and it's up to us to keep it that way. Keep it clean. Let's face it, if we're not litterbugs, there won't be any litter. So let's work together to make our roads, parks, beaches, and streets the cleanest in the world. It's up to you and me.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litterbug.
if you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litterbug. If you throw litter from your car, a litterbug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litterbug.
Pamela Jackson and Harold Abbott won $500 in the quiz, Groucho, and so they get a chance at the big money. Would you clean, please?
Congratulations. You know, this year, if you win $500 or more in the quiz, you get a chance to run your winnings for the night up to $2,000, $5,000, or even $10,000. Are you ready? You pick a number for $10,000. You.
8.
3.
You pick 3 for $5,000. Now, if you hit on the other number, you'll win a total of $2,000. I'll give it a spin. That's a fair spin. Your numbers were 3 and 8, and it came on 7, so this question is worth $2,000 total, if you get it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Millions of Americans enjoy our national parks every summer. One of the most beautiful of these is Acadia National Park. For $2,000, in what state is Acadia National Park? What's the answer?
Louisiana.
No, according to the Encyclopedia Britannica, it's Maine. Sorry, miss, but under our new rules, you still have the $500 you won in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us. We enjoyed having you.
Thank you, Sid. It's been a pleasure.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, for the one, the only Groucho. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane and Ben Grauer broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, designed to help you design a more beautiful home tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Well, sir, Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook are in the living room as we join them at the small house halfway up in the next block now, and the former is standing beside the library table removing his overcoat. He's just this moment arrived home from the office, and he's saying jestfully,
"This is the kind of weather that puts pep in a guy."
Getting colder out?
Much. Atmosphere is charged with icy invigoration.
How's your sniffle?
I haven't sniffled a sniffle since the sniffle you heard me sniffle this noon.
Sniffles is sickness warning.
Well, my sniffle was a false alarm. I never felt better in my life. We get any mail?
None to speak of. Circular from the Hamiltons advertised a wash rag sale, and the gas bill was all. Say, I saw Edna Gritch in the grocery store today.
Oh, didn't it?
Fine. Had quite a bit to say about Myrtle Geller and her man. Well, I guess they're not getting along. According to Edna, Myrtle throws it up to him he can't read and write. She always was kind of a sharp-talking woman.
I hear the patter of tiny feet.
Right.
Hi.
Hi.
Don't come in there, please. I'm taking a bath.
Okay. You'd think Myrtle's man had learned to read and write. He's bright enough. Edna was saying she thinks he really can read and write, but just don't let on. Funny way to do.
Yeah. Now, take me, for instance. I can play tunes on the pipe organ blindfolded, but I keep my talent a secret because if it ever got out to the public, they'd demand me.
Look what I got. What is it?
Hot soup.
Where'd you get it?
Miss Brighton. Here, guys. For me?
Here's a bowl of hot soup for your papa, and I hope he feels better soon.
Miss Brighton say that?
What's the idea, pray?
Oh, my.
I was walking along the alley on my way home from school, and Miss Brighton stuck her head out the kitchen door.
I happened to mention to her this afternoon you acted like you were working up a cold.
So I get hot soup, huh?
She's worse than Miss Donahue with her hot soup.
Miss Donahue waltzes over with hot soup before a guy can jump in his nightgown.
What did Miss Brighton say when she gave you this?
Here's a bowl of hot soup for your papa, and I hope he feels better soon.
Oh, my.
I bet you told her your poor old husband was suffering the agonies.
I never neither. I just barely mentioned you and your sniffle. She asked how we were all feeling, and just more to make talk than anything else, I said you'd sniffled a couple of times this noon, and I hoped you weren't working up a cold, because sniffles is generally a warning. That's all I said.
Well, anyway, I'm ahead of snort of hot soup.
People are running this hot soup business in the ground. All in the world, I told Miss Brighton, was that you had sniffled a couple times.
Balloon ascension, old horse blanket. Cut to the pantry and fetch your father a tablespoon. I will sample Ma Brighton's hot soup.
Okay.
Running this hot soup business in the ground, people are. Why, goodness, this keep up pretty soon.
Catching doorbells ringing.
Go see who it is, Rush.
I might be wanted on the phone here.
Well, answer the phone, then.
Okay. In all likelihood, it's Bluetooth Johnson or Milton Welch.
Might possibly be Leland Richards.
Yes, indeed. Might possibly be Leland Richards. Hello? Oh, hello, Miss Denbottom.
All right.
Just fine, thanks.
All right.
Yes, getting much colder. I noticed the thermometer.
Give me that.
Miss Denbottom.
Give me that and go see who's at the back door.
I'm connecting you with my mother, Miss Denbottom. Civilization has sunk pretty low when it comes.
Who's at that back door? Yes, lady. Why, all right, why? No. Where'd you hear that? Really? Well, forevermore. Cheers, you were saying. Miss Beeman, huh? Well, did she say... Funny. Yeah. Well, Well, he's sitting here feeling fine. Yeah. Strange the stuff that gets around. Well, thanks for calling, Ruthie. You bet. All right. All right, lady. Goodbye. How you account for that?
Who gave her the cheerful information I was ill?
Miss Beeman.
I don't think Miss Beeman and myself have ever had the pleasure of an introduction.
Resides over on West Elm Street. Can't imagine how she'd ever hear anything concerning...
Listen to what Walter's saying.
Hot soup? Not more hot soup?
Yes, sir.
Hey, now.
I'm a very lucky boy to have
Who's
such
at the door?
Miss Dino.
Is that soup for Tom?
Yeah.
Where'd she hear he was sick?
She didn't. She saw me coming along the alley carrying a bowl of soup and figured out Cub was sick. Somebody must be sick. Otherwise, why the hot soup? It can't be Rush because there he is walking along the alley hale and hearty. It can't be Sade because I saw her this afternoon and she was feeling fine. Must be Vic. Okay, I'll walk to the kitchen stove and slap him up some hot soup. Cub, here's some hot soup.
Thanks. People mean well doing this kind of trash, but a person gets a little tired.
A double drain. Russell Duncan, no doubt.
Wish I had a tablespoon.
I'll get you one directly, Doc. Hello? Hello, Miss Edel.
She heard I kicked the bucket.
Feeling great, Miss Edel.
All right.
And yourself?
All right, Rush.
Oh, she's right here handy. 1 second, Miss Edel. Miss Edel.
Bring Papa a tablespoon of egg count.
Okay.
Hello there. Just Andy. Miss Haddles, did you hear that, too?
Kitchen doorbell is ringing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, who told her? Oh, Miss Haddles, he's healthy as can be. Yes. No, here's the thing. Early this afternoon, I was chatting with Miss Brighton, and just more to make talky talk than anything else, I said my husband had sniffled at the dinner table, and I was afraid maybe he might be working up a cold. Now, that's all I said, and all in the world I said. Golly, yes. I'll say. Well, thanks for calling, Miss Heddles. Yes. You bet. All right. Goodbye.
She hear I kicked the bucket?
Heard you were sick. Trogle told her. Seems Miss Trogle talked with Miss Oglethorpe, and Miss Oglethorpe said... She didn't say...
Hot soup.
No.
Hot soup, friend.
Oh, my.
The hot soup pumps are primed. I can expect to be
Who
inundated.
brought him? Mrs. Slides. Miss Harris sent him over. Tell me I present you with a bowl of hot soup.
Sure. Makes my third hot soup. Did you bring a tablespoon?
No.
Well, presently I will have cold soup.
I'll go get you a tablespoon.
Wait, what did Mr. Slides say?
Miss Harris sent me over with this hot soup for your father and said she hoped he'd soon get well.
George, the bullet that choked Billy Cat.
Sometimes at dusk, when the last faint light of day fades and pale blue ribbons across the horizon, I lay a dreaming of
telephone is
I'll
ringing.
get it.
Won't you go fetch your poor sick father a tablespoon cup?
Sure.
Hello? Oh, yes, Miss Keeper. He's fine. No, he's fine as can be. And none of us are ill. No. No, that's a mistake. I guess Miss Brighton got started around. Sure. Well, thanks for calling, Miss Keeper. Certainly. All right. All right, Miss Keeper. Bye.
Screw down my coffin lid, kiddo. The light hurts my eyes.
And she said, how's Mr. Cook?
Huh?
Miss Keeper said, how's Mr. Cook? All tight in the throat and scared.
My gosh.
Darndest thing you ever heard?
Yes.
I tell Miss Brighton my husband sniffled at the dinner table. She tells the next person she meets Mr. Cook has a cold. That person tells another person Mr. Cook has a bad cold. Then it's a very bad cold. Then Mr. Cook is sick. Then Mr. Cook is awful. Then he's awful. Then he's not expected to live. Then...
Oh, goody. Hot soup.
No.
Hot soup, friend.
Oh, Miss Scott?
Miss Gracie, come.
This is getting ridiculous.
People must have fallen all over each other out and back with their hot soup.
Here's a bowl of hot soup for your father, and I hope he's soon back on his feet.
Lay it on the library table with the rest.
Okay.
Our suggestion is beginning to work.
How do you mean?
A quarter of an hour ago, I felt great. I said I felt great. Remember me saying I felt great?
Yeah?
Well, no, I don't seem to feel so great. Every half-wit and their brother standing around insisting the guy's about to topple over in his grave makes the guy begin to be conscious of vague yet disturbing symptoms. My stomach hurts me, and my head seems a trifle feverish. Across my chest is a...
Doorbell's ringing.
Front one this time.
Yeah. I can see through the window who it is.
Miss Elder?
No, Miss Call.
Is she carrying something?
Hot soup. Hot soup.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up to the next block.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica, famous laxative, and Minute Rub, modern chest rub, brings you Duffy.
Hello, Duffy's. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Well, tonight, Duffy, we really got a big shot. Bing Crosby. Crosby. C-R-O-S-B. Yeah. You know the guy, Duffy, the straight man in the Bob Hope picture. Yeah, that's right. Bob Crosby's older brother. Yeah, the crooner with the 4 sons. Huh? Was Bing always a crooner? No, he studied singing for 8 years before he found out he couldn't sing. But by that time it was too late. He was too famous to quit. Hey, Duffy, why don't you tell Bing and have an interest in a joint here? No kidding. Well, a guy like that could help us with the labor shortage. He grows his own bus boy. Mrs. Duffy wants to meet Bing? What for? But, Duffy, what could he use her for? She's too big for a sarong and too slow for the track. Well, I'll talk to Bing about the partnership, Duffy. Okay. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy. Come on in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Paul Weston and his orchestra. Our special guest tonight, by courtesy of Kraft, Bing Crosby, and Archie himself, Ed Garson.
Hey, Eddie, did you hear? Bing Crosby might buy a half interest in this place. What? Bing Crosby? The one that wears them shirts? Yeah. The one with the 4 sons? Yeah. The one with them race horses? Yeah. You gonna buy a half interest in this place? Yeah. I suppose he just don't care anymore. Listen, Eddie, with good management, this place could show a very nice overhead. Especially with the new floor show that I wrote for Crosby. Oh, you wrote it, huh? Yeah, I wrote it. It's going to have the same flavor as his radio show. He's on a cheese program, ain't he? Yeah, good, huh? Let's see now. It's Trudy Irwin, John Todd-Stoddard. Cobb Temperature. Yeah, not Yuki. Who's going to be Yuki? You? Oh, no, I'm too statuesque. For the part of Yuki, I got to get a guy that's very short and a little stupid. Hiya, Finnegan. Not quite short enough, huh? No, but he's a little more stupid, so it comes out even. Finnegan, how would you like to be an actor? An actor? Oh, boy. I got my damn thing. I got my thing. I got the damn I got the damn Finnegan, calm yourself. Anything more? Stop it, will you? Finnegan, look, I don't mean a song and dance man. I mean a comedian. So, a comedian? Yeah. I got a good joke. Why does your fireman wear red suspenders? Why? To get on the other side. Finnegan, I'm afraid your humor is a little too delicate for this show. Everything happens to me. Miss Duffy, will you please stop with that noise?
Well, what's wrong with my voice?
Oh, nothing at all. But how can you yell like that with nobody beating you?
True. My singing teacher says I have perfect pitch.
Well, you may have perfect pitch, but if you start singing around here, you better learn how to catch. What's this about the singing teacher, anyhow?
Oh, you remember my old singing teacher. Yasha Panyaslavnik.
Good old walk-up one-flight Yasha. I thought he was in the Army.
They wouldn't take him.
Why not?
Puncture the eardrums.
Oh. And I'll bet you that you're the one that 4F'd the guy. So he's trying to teach you again, huh?
Yeah, he has a new method now. The OPA method. He says all you have to remember when singing is OPA.
OPA?
Yeah. Open, please, the adenoids. Oh, boy. You just wait till Bing Crosby hears me.
Now, listen, Miss Duffy, when Crosby gets here, if you open one crummy adenoid... trying to get the guy to buy a half an interest from your father.
Oh, Papa's partner. That's very interesting.
Miss Duffy, he's buying an interest only in a joint. You still belong to Daddy. Besides, the guy is married.
That's the trouble. Papa always has to have partners that are married.
What other partner of his is married?
Mama.
Harry Von Zell. Listen, talk to me, please, will you, before I completely retain my sanity? Just say anything so it makes some sense. Huh?
Well, I know something that makes sense, Arch, a lot of sense.
Then go ahead, Harry, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you never know what the morning will bring you, do you? Never know, for instance, when you may wake up feeling dull and headachy due to the need of a laxative. And so it certainly pays you to remember this. When you do wake up feeling like that, it isn't necessary to put off taking that laxative till bedtime, no matter what your plans may be. Simply take Sal Hepatica at once. For then speedy Sal Hepatica brings very gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you can see you no longer have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning, and consequently no longer have to risk going through the whole day feeling out of sorts. And don't forget, this famous saline has an additional advantage. Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. So sometime soon, tonight if you can, stop at your drugstore for an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica. Remembering this, caution, use only as directed, then any time you know you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night. See if you don't feel better faster when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
I got to figure out what this business worth. Eddie, how many new customers would you say come in this place tonight?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3. And here comes number 4 on the outside, Bing Crosby.
Out of the money again. Well, Bing, welcome to Duffy's. How do you like the joint here?
Frankly, Archie, it warms the cockles of this peripatetic old troubadour's palpitator to find himself so unostentatiously ensconced within the sacred precincts of this Tanglefoot Emporium.
He pops out with them syllables like they were sons. Of course, I personally don't mind them big words, but it ain't fair to people who don't understand them,
Like who?
Like you. Well, leave us lay off. If you want to use big words, I'll match your vocabulary. I'll match you anytime.
Okay, Archie, a truce, huh?
Right. Now, how do you like the joint here? Briefly.
Stink.
You don't have to be that briefly. Well, your old man was down here last week. He liked the place.
Oh, yeah. Well, Pop always was a dive man. Old Tanker Crosby, they used to call him. Up in the Northwest. But by the way, he was a little embarrassed, Archie. He says he came away without paying his check.
Oh, well, tell the old gentleman to forget it. We'll add it on to yours. Eddie, get Mr. Crosby a steak. By the way, 20 cents. He can afford it. By the way, Ben, your old man was saying how nice you sound. You know, how you all get along in your family.
Oh, yeah. We'd give each other the shirt off our back.
And you still get along, huh?
Archie, are you knocking this creation that I'm affecting with the number?
Look, Crosby, in this neighborhood, there's 59 guys with lead pipes that's just looking for somebody with them creation like that.
Too sharp for you, huh?
Yeah, it's a little sharp. You see, now take me for contrast. Take the way I dress. You see these pants? Mm-hmm. This will be part of a whole suit. Yeah? You see, it's quiet. Good taste. Made out of genuine herringbone.
Herring, huh?
Yeah.
The knees look a little marinated, I thought.
Yeah. And now take my shirt, you know. Look at it. Simple. Not a bit contagious, you know.
You got a cute idea there, too, that having the collars and the cuffs trimmed in black.
Landlady must have forgot to turn him over this way,
Steak coming up, Mr. Crosby.
Just a second. Is that a steak?
Yeah.
Put a couple of bucks on it to win, will you?
Now, if I was you, I'd just play at the show.
Eddie, maybe you better scratch it.
Hey, I'd like to meet Mr. Crosby.
Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Crosby. Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Crosby, I'm glad to meet you. You know, I've been told that my voice sounds just like yours. Who told you that?
Frank Sinatra. Oh, and Bing, this is Miss Duffy. Her voice also sound like yours.
How do you do?
Mr. Crosby, after all the pictures you made with Dorothy Ramore, it must be quite a shock for you to see a girl with her clothes on.
Well, I was shocked when I saw you, but I wasn't sure just what did it.
Did you like that wrong with Miss Ramore when you first saw it?
Oh, I never gave it a second thought.
Oh, you didn't?
I was a little busy with the first one.
Well, I think it's indecent. I wouldn't be seen wearing so little.
You got a lot more to cover than Ramore.
Archie, I have a lovely figure. Last week, Mr. Crosby's father's eyes nearly popped out.
Oh, you met Dad, huh?
Yeah, and he certainly is fine looking for a man of 40.
Would you hit me with that again? What was that?
He told me he was 40 years old.
20 years ago, yeah.
I bet you it was a lie about his etchings, too.
What did you do to my...
Look, Miss Duffy, would you mind answering the phone?
What does he mean?
Now, look, Benny, I want to talk a little business to you, all right? How long you been on that radio show of yours?
Around 15 years.
15 years. Then you're in a rut. Now, look, leave us be case.
What are we going to do?
Case. How would you like to buy a half interest in Duffy?
Buy half of this place? Archie, I already own 2 tables.
Dang, are you calling this place a stable?
I was only kidding. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that's different. Ain't been a horse in here for years. Now, look, man. As a restaurant, man.
But Archie, I really don't know anything about the restaurant business.
Oh, you don't have to. When you buy half the Duffy's, you buy half of me.
Half of you? You said there hasn't been a horse in here in years?
No. You see, Ben, I'm included in Duffy's half of the deal, and I'm a fixture here, what they call the lock stock.
What about the barrel?
That's Mrs. Duffy. Now, Ben, with the floor show that I got in mind... Excuse me, man. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Yeah, he's here. Huh? I just told him about it. Okay, bring the other half of the barrel.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Duffy. Well, I haven't met you, but I've seen your picture in the window, and in my... What'd you say? Do I think you look like Hope? No, I think you look a little more like Daddy. What'd you say? A half interest in your place. Well, I'm half interested. How much do you want for it? You think I'm made of money? $300. Give me the phone. Look, Duffy, don't be a robber, huh? Well, about 200. Well, with Crosby singing here, I'll bet you no time the joint is worth at least 800. Huh? Why should you sell half of a business that's going to be worth 800 for 200? Well, maybe you're right there. Maybe if I explain to him how much business he'll bring in, he'll be willing to come up a little. Huh? Am I sure he'll sing? Well, if he's a partner, I don't see how you can stop him. Huh? First you want to what? You want to what? I'll tell him. Then Duffy would like an audition. What do you mean? Me audition for that bum? Please, Ben, you're speaking of your partner. If the bum wants an audition, give it to him. Paul, some music for Mr. Crosby, please. How sweet you are, how sweet you are, how dear your tenderly smiling face. Today's all bitter and gray and grim. Tonight, when even the stars are dim, how sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of your sweet embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are. Hello, Duffy. What'd you think of him? You'd rather have a silent partner. Well, look, Duffy, give him another chance. So listen to him once more on this floor show that I wrote, huh? Okay, Duffy. Did I hear you say that you wrote a floor show? Yep, thing, and if Duffy likes it, you're in. Now, how do I get out?
Hey, Mr. Crosby, you look sort of pale. There are 7 of you Crosbys, aren't there? Well, maybe you're the one.
The one what?
The one person out of every 7 who this time of year usually suffers from a cold.
You know, Bing, if you had one more brother, we might have stopped him dead.
Yeah, but how then would we know what to do about that cold? So proceed with the good word, my good man.
Well, thank you, Mr. Crosby. If cold symptoms are making you miserable, ladies and gentlemen, your nose is stuffed up and there's that aching feeling in your muscles, the good word is Minute Rub. To help get relief quickly and easily, simply massage Minute Rub, modern chest rub, on your back and chest. Yes, that's all you do. And soon, in fact, even before you finish, you'll feel a comforting sensation of warmth as Minute Rub gets to work, begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold.
And at the same time, Minute Rub's active menthol vapors help relieve that congested feeling in your nose and throat.
No need to worry about Minute Rub harming your clothes or linens. It's greaseless and it's stainless, too. So get after your cold symptoms with this nationally famous chest rub that takes only a minute to use, that helps bring such quick relief. Minute Rub, M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub.
The floor show. Miss Duffy, Finnegan, you got your parts?
I just can't go through with it.
Why not, then?
Well, I've read your script, and I don't like to do tragedy.
This ain't no tragedy. Nobody's going to get killed.
You can have 8 to 5.
Look, then, don't worry about it. Now, let's go. Ready, everybody? Music, please. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Old Duffy Music Hall. This is your announcer, Ken Rocky. And we now present yours truly, Bing, Call Up the Glue Factory Forces. Now, take it, Bing, and stick to the script.
Greetings and salutations to the Old Duffy Music Hall, where we gather to. Archie, is that the end of your sentence?
Of course. Wouldn't think of splitting up an incentive. Continue.
Now that the Yuletide of Christmas is behooving upon us in 3 more semesters, and wherefore which in this Christmas purchasing season of gifts from one fellow man to another, leave us be mindful in our Xmas shopping of the immoral words of Oh, I see. I can't do it. Can't handle it. Can't do it.
Go ahead, read it.
The quality of Macy's is not strained.
It's a play on words. Come on. Let's go on with the show now.
Good evening, Bing. Well, if it ain't our chameleon. Hello, Turkey. Turkey. Say, Archie, shouldn't this be Yuki?
Take a look at him.
Hello, Turkey. Why were you riding in the park yesterday? Tired saddle.
Because it was a female horse.
Hello, Duffy. You didn't get that joke? Well, it don't make no difference, Duffy. Any joke about Bing's horses is a belly laugh. Why? I don't know. Maybe on account of they run on their bellies. Okay, Duffy. On with the show.
Hey, Ben.
Yes, Turkey.
You got 4 sons, don't you?
Yes.
And Eddie Santa's got 5 daughters.
Indeed.
So why don't you have your 4 sons marry Santa's 5 daughters?
But, Turkey, there would be 1 girl left over.
Well, somebody's got to take care of Jessel's mother.
Great dialogue, huh, Bing? I said great dialogue, huh, Bing? We now stop for station indemnification. Ready? Okay, Bing, take it.
Well, once again, we're back in the good old Duffy Music Hall, the year 1912. Maybe perhaps you remember. The horse car had just replaced the cotton gin. Teddy Roosevelt had just climbed up Sam Wam's hill. And ladies' fashions were changing, too. The wedgie was fast replacing the bustle.
You better take this up, Steve.
Okay. Yes, in 1912, people in the street were singing an old ballad, which went to...
Down the old Ox Road. So you'll never find out where it is by looking at the map?
By looking at the map.
With a little investigation, you'll discover perhaps that the total distance out of place is just a proposition called the old Ox Road. The old Ox Road.
Oh, yeah, the old Ox Road. How well I remember it. Takes me right back to good old North Virginia. The good old South. What memories? Magnolia blossoms scorching in the moonlight. Little verandas running around the house. Yes, there was 12 of us little chickens. Yes, I remember. Grandfather sitting rocking on his old family retainer. Yes, drinking them mint junipers. Ah, the South. Take it, Ving.
Ah, the South. How well I remember my mammy and pappy. Sitting by the old gin and spitting cotton.
Ving, that's spinning cotton.
Oh, Mammy and Pappy spinning cotton. Mammy did the works and Pappy did the work. And there they sat. Mammy all worked and Pappy all worked. And then there was my little southern belle, Scarlett O'Duffy.
Oh, yes.
Hello, Scarlett.
You ready yet?
I'm all set.
Got my bags really back?
You bet. Come, Ted.
But I ain't up.
You have a club, Ted.
No, I'm set.
Well, let's go.
Come in yet.
Da-da-da-dum-dum-dum. Nice modulation.
Oh, good. Should have modulated them trumpet players. Ving, I'll bet you never had no stuff like that on your program, huh?
No, a leopard gets better spots than this. When does this thing finish?
You're coming to your finish now.
You ain't just whacking your rack either, Jack.
And now we close the old Duffy Music Hall as the soft swell swoop of the horizon drinks the dusk of a new equinox.
Wait for me and the blue of her eyes meets the gold.
Hello, Duffy. How'd you like it? Cupid, huh? Well, Duffy, is it my fault if Crosby can't act? Well, how about the deal? Huh? Has he got the money with him? Probably. Why? Tell him what? Duffy, I think it would be nicer if I told him to buy war bonds with it. Okay, I'll handle it. I'll hold the phone. Ben.
Yeah?
Ben, you see, Duffy's kind of attached to this place.
Oh, you mean the deal is off?
Yeah.
I see.
Now look what you did, Duffy. It's the first time I was ever kissed by a crooner.
Well, folks, it's about time to leave Duffy's for the evening, but before we go, we want you to know that Bing Crosby is soon to be seen in the Paramount picture Going My Way. Right-o, Big. Let's all meet here again next week when our guests will be Dinah Shore and Joan Davis. And in the meantime, if you have a cold,
remember Minute Rub.
If you need a laxative,
remember Salopetica.
And if you have a half hour next Tuesday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's where the late May Street, I see the man's mistaken. Yeah, Duffy, that's right. Next week, Dinah Shore and Joan Davis. Yeah, Duffy. Bride and Grim. Yeah. Okay, go on.
Mothers, 1 minute doesn't seem like much, does it? And yet, well, if your child is suffering from miserable cold symptoms, you can help a lot in just 1 minute. For that's all it takes to massage Minute Rub, modern chest rub, on your youngster's back and chest. Then Minute Rub goes to work to help bring soothing relief from your boy or girl's cold discomfort. And remember, Minute Rub's vapors will also help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in nose and throat.
Minute Rub is beastly, stainless.
Get after your child's cold symptoms with this famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub. MINITRUB. Minute Rub. This is the Blue Network.
Kraft, the greatest suds discovery in 2,000 years. Kraft brings you The Life of Riley. Kraft, B-R-E-F-T. Kraft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle for washing silks, woolens, nylons, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, another day has dawned in the little California bungalow of Chester A. Riley. And so far, our hero has managed to stay out of trouble. But it's still very early. At the moment, Riley is relaxing in the living room in his corduroy-covered Morris chair, while his wife and young son iron out a labor problem.
Now, don't argue, Junior. I want that garage cleaned out today. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you, but gee whiz, Mom. Do I have to, Pop?
Well, certainly, Junior. You must always obey your mother. And as long as I'm the head of this house, your mother's going to wear the pants.
Oh, but Pop... Now, that's enough, Junior. While Grandma Riley's visiting us, I want this place neat. Now, go on, get started on that garage.
Oh, but gee, I promised the gang...
Junior, you obey your mother and respect her. Just remember what she does for you. When you need some extra money and you ask me for it, whose purse do I take it from? Your mother's. Junior, clean the garage.
Well, how about you helping, Pop? Most of that junk in the garage is yours anyway.
Junk, Junior, watch your language. That junk happens to be my personal rubbish. Now, if you don't get out there...
Chester Riley, are you picking on my little grandson again? Always yelling at the boy. That's no way to bring up a son.
But, Mom, I was just saying that
Be quiet. No more of your lip. Well, I was just trying to get Junior to clean up the garage, Grandma Riley. What? Makes that delicate child work while this hulk of a father sits around on his big overstuffed Morris chair? Chester, get out there and clean that garage. Do you hear me?
I heard you, but gee whiz, Ma, have a heart.
Stop your sniveling, you big baboon, or I'll turn you over my knee. I'm not so old that I can't do it.
Oh, Mom, pick on someone your own size.
Go on. Get to work.
All right, I'm going. Junior, you going to stand by and watch your poor old broken-down father pushing a broom?
You must always obey your mother, Pop.
Hey, say something.
Here's the broom, dear.
Oh, it's a losing fight.
Mr. Riley, it's me, Waldo Binney.
I'm in the garage, Waldo. Well, how's my little friend and neighbor?
Oh, my sagging sacroiliac.
Trouble with your wife again, Waldo?
Yes, we had an awful fight last night at dinner.
We were having pig's feet, and I said I didn't like it.
Oh, boy, that must have made her sore. What happened?
Mr. Riley, were you ever kicked in the teeth by a pig's foot?
Oh, Waldo, you sure got it tough. Here's part of my newspaper. There's nothing like reading bad news in a paper to take your mind off your own troubles.
Oh, that's your hometown paper, isn't it?
Yep, Brooklyn Daily Eagle.
Is anything interesting going on there?
Oh, plenty. I see by this ad here that my pal Joe McCardle is enlarging his brewery.
Oh, he must be doing very well.
Yeah. We used to live behind that brewery, Waldo.
Oh.
The view wasn't very good, but the air was certainly intoxicating. Hey, here's another interesting item, Waldo. This will kill you.
Read it, Mr. Riley.
Nurse confesses baby mix-up. Miss Cassandra Kelsey, former nurse at the Canarsie Maternity Home, who died yesterday, left a note in which she confessed that on February 9th, 1908, while employed at the maternity home, she suddenly felt an uncontrollable impulse to change babies.
Well, somebody has to change babies.
No, you don't get it, Waldo. It means that she mixed them up. Listen.
Oh.
Miss Kelsey admitted that she switched the name tags of 3 newborn infants with the result that 3 mothers went home with babies that were not really theirs. She gave no explanation for her strange act other than to say, I gave the prettiest babies to the prettiest mothers. Is that a panic, Waldo?
Well, now, I'm not so sure, Mr. Riley.
Oh, Waldo, where's your sense of humor? It's a scream. Hey, what was the name of that maternity home?
Canarsie.
Canarsie? Well, it's that ain't... Waldo, I was born right there in that same hospital. My father was the night janitor there.
Mr. Riley, you were actually born in that same home where that woman switched the babies. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Well, sure I was born... Oh, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry, I'm okay. You see, the paper says that these babies got mixed up way back on February 9th, 1980. But I wasn't born until February 9th, 1980.
Mr. Riley, you mean...
Yeah, I was born on that day. Oh, Waldo.
Now, be calm, Mr. Riley.
But, Waldo, if I ain't my mother's son, then I ain't my kid's father. Oh, my poor wife. For 17 years, she's been married to a complete stranger.
No, now, you're confused. Don't you see, no matter whose son you really are, you're still you.
Yeah, but who wants that? Oh, my poor family. What'll happen when I tell them I may be someone else?
Well, now, you mustn't say a word. I'll check with that maternity home. Maybe you weren't one of the babies that was mixed up.
No, I'm positive. For years I've been mixed up. Now I know why. Oh, Waldo, what am I going to do? Who am I?
Now, don't despair, Mr. Shall we say Mr. X?
Please, Waldo, keep on calling me Riley. I hate to part with my name.
Oh, Chester.
That's her, Waldo. My mother. I mean, the lady who got me for her son. Oh, that poor innocent woman.
Chester Riley, where are you?
I hear that. She called me Riley. She don't suspect a thing.
Chester, haven't you got this garage cleaned yet? My, you're lazy. I don't know where you get it from. Sometimes I wonder if you're my own son.
No, don't say that. Listen, Mom.
Don't Mom me.
All right, Mrs. Riley. But if we can't be mother and son, can't we go on just being friends?
Stop your gibbering. You get to work on this garage right away. I'll be back.
Oh, Papa. It'll break her heart when she finds out I ain't her real son.
Now, take it easy. Maybe you are. Maybe it's all a mistake. Let's just wait and see what develops.
Yeah, but it won't be easy. I won't have any peace of mind until I find out one thing. Is I is or is I ain't her baby.
Well, did you finish the garage, Chester?
Yeah, I finished, Mother.
And about time, too. You ought to be ashamed.
Oh, don't yell at me, please. After all, I'm your son. Ain't I?
That's what they told me.
Told you? Who told you? What did they say? It's a lie.
Oh, Riley, will you stop jabbering? I'm trying to read.
Yeah, Duncan. Sure, sweet darling wife.
What's that in your hand, Chester?
This, Ma? Well, I found it in the trunk in the garage. It's a picture of me as a baby laying on a bearskin. Look.
A face only a mother could love.
And you love me, too, don't you? Seeing that you are my mother? What did you say, Mom?
I didn't say anything.
Listen, Mama, I bet when I was a kid, all the neighbors used to say how much I looked like you. Didn't they?
They did not. They were too polite to mention your looks in my presence.
Peg, take a look at this picture. Don't I look like Mom? Huh?
Well, frankly...
Never mind. Junior, look at this baby picture of me.
Oh, gosh, Pop, you sure were bald-headed.
You're holding the picture upside down. Come on, tell me, who do I look like?
Well, all kids look alike to me, Pop.
Well, after all, I was a boy, baby. That much I know. Probably I look like my pop.
Chester, that's no way to talk about your father.
But listen, maybe I look like Grandpa or my great-grandpa or my great-great-grandpa. I gotta look like somebody on our family tree.
Keep going back, Chester. You'll find the right one. He's hanging from it by his tail.
Oh, why was I ever born?
Waldo. Oh, Mr. Riley. You got my message?
Yeah, I've been looking all over the library for you.
Silence, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
I've been right here in the reading room. Mr. Riley, I got a telegram from that maternity home.
And it's all a mistake. Waldo, tell me it's a mistake.
No, it's as bad as we thought it was. The records show that only 3 babies were born on that same day, and you were one of them. And that nurse switched all the babies.
Oh, then I ain't really the Riley baby.
No.
And that sweet little old lady in my house ain't really my mother.
Definitely not.
But I want her for my mother.
Silence, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Oh, Waldo.
Now, control yourself, Mr. X. Remember, if you're not Riley, you may be somebody who's better off. Now, how would you like to be the rightful heir to $10 million?
I don't want it. When you add that $10 million to the $60 a week I'm making now, it'll put me in a higher income tax bracket. $10 million?
Yes. One of the 2 other babies you could have been exchanged for is Hugo Dalrymple III. He inherited $10 million.
And then if I'm a Dalrymple, that $10 million is really mine. $10 million? Oh, boy!
If you don't keep quiet, I'll have you thrown out of the library.
Oh, yeah? Who do you think you're talking to? I'll buy this library and throw you out.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
See, Waldo, ain't it wonderful to be rich? Tell me, how did you find out about this rich Dalrymple?
Well, I found a magazine article about it. Here. He just bought a yacht for $1 million.
What? He's got his nerve throwing out my dough on yachts. He's taking the bread out of my starving family's mouth.
But there's still $9 million left.
That's right, $9 million. All mine. Oh, the wonderful things I'll be able to do for Peg. Now she can have Mrs. Zabisco, the cleaning woman, come in twice a week. And I can send the kids to the best colleges. And my mother, my dear old mom. I'm giving her $2 million outright.
Now, wait. Remember, she's not your real mother. The court may not allow it.
Well, then I don't want the money.
Well, but if you're Dalrymple, it's yours.
That's right. Well, I'll get around it when the court ain't looking. I'll slip the $2 million into her purse. Now, come on, we got to get a lawyer. We got to get hold of that dough. I want action. I want to get
Now, wait. We must be sure of our ground. You may not be Dalrymple after all. Remember, there was still another baby born that day, and his name was Thaddeus W. Jukes.
Well, how much dough these Jukes people got?
Not a cent.
Then I'm a Dalrymple.
You can't be sure. Now, this book here is all about the Jukes family. Yes, they have quite a reputation.
They have, eh? Well, money ain't everything. It's good to be famous, too. What is my family famous for? Huh?
Every one of them were lunatics.
Lunatics? No.
Yes, it's all in this book. All the women turned out to be morons and thieves.
Oh, the women, but I'm a man.
The men were all killers.
Killers? Waldo, I may be a killer.
Maybe. This book describes the typical Juke reaction. Tell me, Did you ever have a red film come over your eyes? Did you ever feel a blind rage taking hold of you?
Yeah, lots of times. At ball games. I always yell, "Kill the umpire!"
Well, a lot of people yell that.
Yeah, they all yell it, but I mean it. Oh, Waldo, if I'm a Jew...
Now, don't jump at conclusions. You may be a Dalrymple.
No, I feel more like a Jew. I got all the reactions. But I never actually killed anyone. That shows I'm okay, don't it?
Well, not necessarily. This book points out that lots of the Duke's men committed murder while they were unconscious of their acts.
Oh, this is terrible. From now on, I can't take chances. I gotta stop going around while I'm unconscious.
Draft will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. Meantime, this is Ken Carpenter with some wonderful news for you ladies. Listen to this.
Draft. Procter & Gamble's amazing Suds Discovery washes dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Draft gets even glasses crystal clear and sparkling, whether you polish them or not.
Just think, ladies, until Draft came along, you never dreamed such wonderful dishwashing results were possible. But here's the answer.
Draft is entirely different from any soap or soap flakes you ever used. It's a new and wonderful kind of suds that rinses clean and clear. Draft can't leave any streaky film on dishes the way all soaps do.
That's it. That's the miracle of Draft. With no soapy streaks to wipe away, your draft-washed china and glasses dry so sparkling they're ready to grace the finest dinner table. And another thing, you like the way those mountains of rich Draft suds get rid of dishpan grease, the way no soap could ever do. Draft suds are kind to your hands, too. Now, that's mighty important when you do dishes 3 times a day. So, ladies, prove Draft's thrilling results in your own dishpan. Monday morning, ask your grocer for that bright green package of Draft, the amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Remember, don't get left, get Draft. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, poor Riley read in his hometown paper that all the babies born in a certain maternity home on a certain date had been switched to the wrong parents by an irresponsible nurse. Having been born in that same hospital on that very date, Riley became convinced that he isn't really a Riley. He fears that he actually belongs to a notorious Jukes family, whose members for generations have been killers.
Junior, my poor boy, come here.
What is it, Pop? Say, what are you doing with all those knives and scissors?
Don't ask questions. I'm giving them all to you.
Me? What for?
Well, it'll be safer if they're in your hands.
Oh, gee, Pop, you're acting awful funny.
I am? Get away from me, quick. Go on, take the knives.
Do I have
Hurry,
to?
take them before I get unconscious.
But how come?
Stop pestering me with questions.
Junior, stop annoying your father.
Well, all I asked
Now
was...
go on outside and play, dear.
Okay. Gee whiz, can't you even ask a simple question?
Riley, is something wrong? Something on your mind?
No, there's absolutely nothing in my mind. It's the same as always. Why?
Well, nothing. It's just that you look kind of worried.
Oh, I'm okay. I gotta go now, Peg. I promised Jim Gillis I'd see him tonight.
Oh, must you go? You went out last night. I wish you'd stay home tonight. I'm a little nervous.
Well, why should you be nervous, Dumpy?
Well, haven't you seen this paper? Here, look. Killer strikes again. Last night, the ruthless killer who's kept the city in a state of terror struck down another innocent victim. Police are convinced that this is the act of a homicidal maniac.
Oh, no, Peg. You hear what it says? A homicidal maniac. A maniacal homia. I mean a motorcycle woman.
Riley, control yourself. What are you getting so excited about?
Oh, wait a minute. The murder was last night, but I got an alibi. I was playing poker with Gillis last night.
Huh? What are you muttering about?
Peg, I was playing poker last night.
Well, I know. That's why I think you ought to stay in tonight.
Oh, what a relief. Peg, I was playing poker last night.
I know. You just told me.
Oh.
What's wrong now?
But I may have been unconscious. I just think I was playing poker.
What do you mean you think? What's the matter with you, Riley? Will you act like... Oh. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Gillis. What? Oh, just a minute. Oh, it's Jim Gillis. He wants to know when you're coming over.
Gillis, huh? Peg, listen. Ask him if I was at the poker game last night.
Well, what on earth?
Peg, please don't ask questions. Just do me this favor. Ask him. It's very important.
All right. It's the silliest thing ever heard of. Hello, Mr. Gillard. Listen, was my husband at the poker game last night? I said, was my husband at the poker game?
Would you mind repeating that question again? Oh, I see. Hey, fellas, Riley's missus wants to know, was Riley at the poker game last night?
Ah, them nosy wives always checking up. Riley must be on a spot. We got to protect him.
Oh, yeah. Leave it to me. Hello? Yeah, I'm still here, Mrs. Riley. Bad connection. Yeah. Listen, Riley wasn't at the poker game. Well, sure, I'm sure. No, honest, we didn't see him all last night. Riley wasn't nowhere near here.
Yes, I believe you. Yes. Goodbye. Well, that's funny, Riley. Jim Gillis said you weren't at the poker game. But you said...
I wasn't, but it's true.
Riley, what's this all about?
Hey, run for your life!
Riley, what on earth's the matter with you? What? You're acting crazy.
What is that?
Oh, you can't even talk straight. Now, look, dear, please lie down and relax. I'll talk to you when you're in your right mind again.
She'll have a long, long wait. Oh, what a mess, what a mess. If they ever find out who I really am, I'm a dead pigeon.
Can I help, Riley?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Hey, Digger, what are you doing out in the street in your underwear?
Underwear?
Yeah.
This is my uniform. You forget I'm a member of the UEPTT.
UEPTT?
The Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Track Team. Tonight, we Undertakers staged a walking race.
Yeah, well, who won?
I did. I broke the record. I walked 100 yards in half an hour. Now they're calling me Jet Propulsion Odell.
Listen, Digger, I'm in an awful hole.
Tell me about it. If you're in a hole, I'd be glad to smooth things over.
Oh, it's awful, Digger. I'm going to bring shame and disgrace on my family.
Oh, no, Riley. Finish the thought. Once when I was a lad, I shamed my father. I took a sign from a landscape gardener and hung it on the door of my daddy's undertaking establishment. Oh, he was devastated.
Why? What did the sign say?
Let us do your planting for you.
Oh, Digger, you gotta help me. The way things are now, I want to disappear off the face of the earth.
You've come to the right man. Pray continue.
Well, it's hard to explain, Digger. I do things when I don't know I'm doing them. Did you see that movie, Spellbound?
Ah, yes, with Gregory Peck and Ingrid Bergman. A superb cinema. Gregory Peck staring aghast at a white tablecloth. Gregory Peck descending the staircase with a razor in his hand. I adore Ingrid Bergman. She's so gay.
Well, I ain't gay. I can't tell you why, but I'm going to pack and get out of town. For my family's sake. This is goodbye, Digger. I'll never see you again.
Oh, I don't know. I once wrote a little poem that says, "Go where you will, my wandering friend. You'll come back to Digger in the end." Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Here's your suitcase, Mr. Riley.
Thanks, Waldo. Well, I'm all packed. I better get going before the family gets back.
They'll miss you, Mr. Riley.
It's the only way. Did you pack the little mementos of my family? Peg's picture and my daughter Babs' Bobby socks?
Yes, but I didn't know what to put in to remind you of Junior.
I won't forget my poor boy. I'm wearing his football nose guard over my heart. Oh, Waldo, I hope they won't forget me either.
Well, I won't let them. I'll tell them that you did this for their sake.
No, Waldo. It's better that they don't know nothing. Let them go on thinking of me as Riley, the happy father, instead of Jukes, the happy murderer.
I'll keep your secret. Now, you'd better hurry before they get home.
Yeah. I just want to say goodbye to my house. Goodbye, house. And my Morris chair. Goodbye, Morris. Oh, Waldo.
Darling, we're home.
Hey, Mother.
Hiya, Bob. The movie was over early.
Evening, Waldo. Chester, take your hat off in the house.
Well, I was just going out, Mother. I mean, Mrs. Riley. Madam.
What do you mean, madam? Riley, where were you going at this hour?
Hey, look, Mom, he's got a suitcase, too.
Well, Riley, what are you up to?
You'd better tell them, Mr. X.
Listen, everybody. I'm doing it for you, honest.
Doing what?
I'm leaving home.
What? Leaving home? The idea. Why?
Well, I just got some terrible news. I found out that I'm kind of not quite right in the head.
Well, what's news about that? Oh, Riley, honest.
You don't understand. I was a mixed-up baby. They mixed up all the babies in that hospital the night I was born.
What hospital?
In Brooklyn, the Canarsie Maternity Home.
So what? You weren't born in any hospital?
I wasn't born? Honest?
That was just your father's bragging. He wanted the neighbors to think he could afford to send his wife to a private hospital.
Well, then where was I born?
In the back seat of a buggy on the way to the 6th Ward chowder party and picnic. And on account of you, I didn't see your father win the potato race.
But that's impossible. My name is in the hospital's records.
Sure, your father was a night janitor there. He put your name down on one of those file cards so he could show it to all the neighbors. The big show-off.
So now you can stop worrying, dear.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You mean I'm not somebody else? I'm really and truly myself?
Of course you are.
What a revolting development this is.
Riley's will be back in half a minute. Ladies, Dreft opens up a brand new world of beauty for your silks, nylons, and woolens. Yes, Dreft performs washing miracles no soap in the world can do. Why, Dreft makes your stockings look lovelier and wear longer than any soap or soap flakes you've ever used. As for woolens, say, Dreft washes your precious new sweaters, blankets, baby things softer and fluffier than ever before. Lingerie, too, shares in new beauty with Dreft. Those gentle Dreft suds keep dainty underthings brighter, fresher, gayer than any suds before in history. Here's why. Unlike soaps, Dreft suds rinse clean and clear. Dreft leaves no dulling soap film to make your nice things look old and faded before their time. So, ladies, keep your lovely wardrobe dressed up with Dreft. Remember, don't get left, get Dreft.
Well, you feeling better, dear?
Yeah, Dumpling. Gee, I'm an awful nuisance, ain't I? Always getting into jams. With all the fellas you could have had, why did you ever marry me?
Well, I married you because of your looks.
Oh, my looks.
Yes. I wanted our marriage to last, and I figured with your face, no other woman would ever take you away from me.
There you go, flattering me again.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Dreft, the sudsy miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, invites to be their guest next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Listen to William Bendix a few days from now when he visits the amusing new radio show, That's Finnegan. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozlov. The script was written by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Others in the cast were Tommy Cook, Dink Trout, Jane Morgan, and Constance Stone. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley and reminding you for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history, use Dreft. Don't get left, get Dreft.
Well, well, the school bell. Come, fair student, time to spell.
I spell D-R-E-N-E. Dream. For glamour, luster, sheen.
Right. Drene shampoo. You see, Drene is not a soap shampoo and never leaves dingy film on hair to dull its natural brilliance. Reveals up to 33% more luster than any soap shampoo.
Yes, for lovely, lustrous hair. Dream shampoo with hair conditioning action.
No other shampoo leaves hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Yes, Dream.
Listen again next week when Draft, the sudsing miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the old fellows finally discovered they didn't need a poetic license to write verses for their new greeting card business, so they're forging ahead in this enterprise. However, they were forced to interrupt their poetic activities long enough to attend a first aid class today. And so as we look in on the little community, we find Mousy Gray in charge of the Jot 'em Down store and library, as well as the Edwards and Gray Publishing Company. Cedric Wehunt, who is still having trouble with his love life, has just entered. Listen.
Oh, hello, Cedric.
Hello, Mr. Mousy. Whereabouts are Mr. Lum and Mr. Abner at?
Why, they went to some kind of a first aid class, they said, Cedric.
Oh, well, I reckon I better be going then.
Well, maybe I can help you, Cedric. See, they left me in charge of both the store and the publishing company. Did you want to get some greeting cards?
No, Mom, I just want to say goodbye, that's all.
Goodbye? Are you going someplace, Cedric?
Yes, Mom, I'm going up in the hills and hermit myself, I think.
Hermit yourself? Well, what do you want to become a hermit for, Cedric?
Because I hate and despise Gomer Bates, that's why.
Gomer Bates? Is he still going with your girl, Clarabelle?
Yes, Mom. I hope I never see him or Clarabelle neither one again as long as I live. Hate and despise both of them.
Well, now, don't be too hasty and rash, Cedric. Why don't you have a nice long talk with Clarabelle?
She won't talk to me. Just hangs up the telephone receiver when I first call her.
Well?
I bound you she'll be sorry when she finds out I went and hermited myself, though, I'll bet you.
Well, that won't win her back for you, though, Cedric. That'll just give Gomer all the more chance to take her places.
No, I don't care. I've already picked out a cave for myself, and I'm heading for it right now, too, I bet you.
Well, are you really going to live in a cave, Cedric? Sleep there and everything?
Yes, Mom, I'm going to stay there all the time, I think.
Well,
except for meals. I'm coming home for my meals. Might sleep at home, too, if it gets too cold up there. Maybe I'll just be a daytime hermit.
Well, are you going to stay up there in between meals?
Yes, Mom. That is, if I have time. See, I have to come in town a couple of times a day.
Oh, to get your mail, huh?
Yes, Mom, and to play the pinball machine. I wish they'd made caves with pinball machines in them. That's what I wish.
Well, I think you're making a mistake, Cedric. I think that you should stay right here and fight for the woman you love.
There ain't no woman I love, though. I hate and despise her now.
Oh, no, you don't, Cedric. I can tell. You love Clarabelle. When a fella hates a girl, that's a sure sign that he's in love with her.
Sure enough?
Yes, it is, Cedric.
How do you know?
Oh, well, I know all that stuff, Cedric. See, I learned about life when I was an editor back in Iowa.
An editor?
Yes, sir.
I never knowed you was an editor.
Well, the Young Men's Saturday Afternoon Bicycle Group used to get out a little newspaper once a month, and I was editor of the Love Advice column.
Oh, well, that don't help me none.
Yes, it does, too, Cedric. Now, if you'll just wait till Lum and Abner come back, why, we'll go over to my house and read all the columns that I wrote, and maybe we can find a case just like yours in there.
Well, I can't wait till I got to get to my cave, I think.
Well, now, don't do that, Cedric. That's a mistake. Now, you just stay right here and be firm.
Be firm?
Now, yes, that's the first advice that I always gave a young man. Be firm. Be dominant. show Clarabelle who the master is.
Master?
Yes, sir.
Who is a master?
Why, that's you, Cedric. And you've got to prove that to her. That's the way that you can win her back. Be a caveman type.
Well, that's what I'm aiming on doing. I'm going to live in a cave.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean use caveman tactics, Cedric. Be rough with them like I am.
Use caveman what?
Tactics.
Well, I can't even say that.
Well, that's just to act like a caveman, Cedric. That's what that is.
Tactics.
Yeah, be rough with them. That's the way I am, Cedric.
Are you rough, Mr. Mousy?
Oh, I'm awful rough. See, that's how I won Gussie for my bride. You can do the same thing, Cedric.
Yeah, but I don't want to win Gussie.
Well, I mean that you can do the same thing with Clarabelle.
Oh, well, Clarabelle won't talk to me long enough to give me time to get rough and tell her who the master is or nothing.
Well,
use them tactics.
Well, you just have to be extra firm then, Cedric. Gussie wouldn't hardly talk to me at first. I tried my best to talk to her, and she just didn't want to have anything to do with me.
She never.
No, sir.
But sort of like Miss Clarabelle.
I didn't let that stop me, though, Cedric. I was dominant.
You was.
I looked her right in the eye and said, "Woman, if you don't marry me, I'm going to beat you."
Did you sure enough say that to Miss Gussie?
Yes, sir. She just laughed and said that I was too little to beat her. Well, sir, that sort of made me mad, Cedric, and, well, the next thing I know, I raised my arm and struck her.
Did you actually hit her?
Yes, sir, I certainly did, Cedric.
What'd Miss Gussie do?
Well, the next thing I remember, she was picking me up off the floor, and then she kissed me.
Oh, kissed you?
Yeah.
Oh.
And now, she's Mrs. Llewellyn Snavely Gray.
I know you married her.
And a mighty fine housewife, too, Cedric. Seems just like a mother to me.
Well, that sounds like a good idea, Mr. Mousy, but I don't believe it'd work for me, though.
Well, why wouldn't it, Cedric?
Well, I don't think Clarabelle could pick me up. I'm too big.
Well, that's not the idea, Cedric.
Reckon I better just go up to the cave and start hermiting.
Well, now, wait, Cedric. You want to win Clarabelle back, don't you?
Well, yeah, I reckon I do,
Well, now, here's how to do it. You just go over to her house.
I don't want to go over there, though. Gomer Bates is more likely there, and I hate and despise him.
Well, in that case, the first thing to do is just break down the door, Cedric. Walk over to that Gomer Bates and pick him up and
take Gomer up?
Well, yes, sir. Pick him up and throw him right out of that house.
I thought Clarabelle was supposed to pick me up.
Well, no. You see, you've got that a little wrong, Cedric. See, after you've thrown Gomer out, then you pick Clarabelle up and throw her in a chair and say, "Woman, I love you. I'm the master."
Oh, I couldn't do that, Mr. Abner. Clarabelle will think I was touched.
Why, no, she wouldn't, Cedric.
I might hurt her, though, and then she'd get mad, sure enough.
Well, yes, she would get mad. Of course, they always act that way, Cedric, but really, they like it, I'll tell you that.
They do, huh?
Yes, sir.
Women are sure silly, ain't they?
Oh, yes, they are, Cedric.
Well, I reckon I better get on up to my cave now. It's getting late.
Well, now, wait a minute, Cedric. Aren't you going over to Clarabelle's place and be dominant, like I said?
Well, I couldn't do that, Mr. Abner. I couldn't say none of that stuff.
You tickle me, Cedric. You keep calling me Abner all the time. I don't look like him.
Oh, I thought I was talking to Mr. Abner.
No.
Where is Mr. Abner?
He's over at the first aid meeting, Cedric.
That's right. You told me that once.
Yes, that's where he is, Cedric.
I couldn't say none of that stuff or throw her in a chair or nothing.
Why, yes, you could, Cedric. It's easy to learn, honest it is.
I ain't much of a hand at learning. I don't catch on to things very quick, seems like.
You don't?
I'm more the hermit type, I believe.
Well, Cedric, now, I'll be glad to teach you. I'll tell you what, you can try it out on me, Cedric. You can just make out like that I'm Clarabelle.
Oh, Clarabelle's bigger than you, though.
Well, that doesn't matter. Now, all you do is just pick me up and throw me into Lum's rocking chair over there and then say, "Woman, I love you. I'm the master."
Oh, hustin' shuckins.
Oh, now, come on, Cedric. If you expect to win Clarabelle, you've just got this to do, Cedric.
All right, but I don't think it'll do no good, though, I don't think. Is this how I pick you up?
Yes. Now, don't hold me so high in the air, though, Cedric. That's high enough.
Well,
now, that's high enough.
Here goes into the chair.
Oh.
Woman, I love you. You're the master.
Oh, no, Cedric. That's not the way, Cedric.
Did I say it wrong?
Well, I don't know about that, but you threw me too hard, Cedric. Look there, you broke Lum's chair all to pieces.
I ain't supposed to do that, huh?
Why, no, of course not. Be firm, but gentle, Cedric.
Well, all right. I'll try it over again.
No, that's all right. You needn't bother, Cedric. Maybe you had better go and live in the cave after all.
No, I'm going to do this right. I'm bound and determined to learn it. I'll show that Gomer Bates a couple of things or two.
Well, wait a minute, Cedric. I don't think you're the type for this.
I believe I am. Sit still, Mr. Mouse here. I can't get hold of it.
Well, now, Cedric, don't pick me up. I can get up by myself.
Here we go, Mouse.
Now, Cedric, put me down. Now, please, Cedric,
I'll
put
use
me
Mr.
down.
Abner's chair this time.
Please put me down, Cedric.
Don't worry, Mouse. I'll get it right this time, I bet you. Here we go. Into the chair.
Oh,
woman, I love you. Who is the master?
Oh, my wrist. Oh, my wrist.
Oh, did I hurt your wrist?
Yeah, I'm afraid I sprained it, Cedric. I tried to catch myself there.
Too hard again, I reckon. I don't know what's the matter with me. Here, let's try it once more, mister.
Yeah, howdy, Mouse. Did everything? Well, for the land's sake, look at there, Lum.
Granny, what's going on here anyway? Who broke them chairs?
Get up off the floor, Mousy.
Hello, Mr. Lum, Mr. Abner.
What you fellers been doing here, Cedric?
Well, Mr. Mouse has learned me how to be firm and domino and win back Clarabelle.
Yeah, but what's wrong with Mousy? Looks like he's hurt. I am hurt, Abner.
Granny's, Abner, this looks like a good chance to use that first aid stuff we've just been learning.
Yeah, lucky thing we went to that class today, Mousy.
Yeah.
Whereabouts are you hurt? It's my wrist, Abner. I think I've sprained it.
Sprained wrist, huh?
Yes, sir.
I see. We never taken up sprained wrist today, did we, Abner?
No, we never got that far. I reckon we'll have to go back over to class, Lum.
No, we ain't got time to do that, Sally.
Oh.
I never meant to hurt him none. It was his own idea. He told me to pick him up and throw him down.
Is that the way this happened, Cedric?
Yes, Mom.
Well, here, I know what we can do then. Here, Cedric, pick up Mouse again there.
Yes, Mom.
Well, what are we going to do, Abner? Now, don't worry. I've got it all figured out. You ready, Cedric?
Yeah, what you want me to do now?
Now, throw him down again, and this time try to sprain his ankle. We know what to do for that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show with their guests Kay Kaiser, Harry Babbitt, and the writers of Sunday, Monday, or Always, Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen. In this changing world, there are some things that don't change. In good old New York, for instance, we find the handsome cabs that went up and down the avenue in Grandfather's Day. And say, what's this over here on the corner? Why, it's an organ grinder with his little monkey on a string. And coming up the street, we see Andrew H. Brown walking with his friend Amos.
Hey, Amos. Look over there, will you? There's one of them old-fashioned organ grinders.
Yeah, got a little monkey there with him, too.
Yeah, I think I'll give that monkey a penny. Is you got a penny, Amos? I'm a little short on cash today.
Yeah, here's a penny.
Thank you. Of course, I got a nickel, but ain't no use to break that up just for the monkey. Hello there, little monkey. Here's a penny for you.
Yeah.
Here's a penny for you.
Here's a penny. Take the penny.
Ah, thank you. All right, Jocko, tip your hat.
Yeah, he sure is a cute, ain't he? Yeah, look at him tip his hat there. That monkey almost act like a human being, don't he?
Sure is.
Yeah, that was sure a nice monkey you got there, mister.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, let's go, Andy.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I was going home, Andy. You going up that way?
No, I was walking over to the lodge, Amos. I want to see the Kingfish and Van Porter. They is working on some big deal.
Yeah, well, okay, son. I'll be seeing you then. So long, son.
So long.
Oh, I'm telling you, Henry, I think that this magazine report will lead us to making thousands of dollars. It say here, you too can write popular music. You know, Henry, I has always thunk in my head that I could write a song.
Yes, I feel the same way. There's nothing to it.
Of course, Mrs. Van Porter is very musical, but she leans to Bach and the different unfinished sympathies.
Yeah, well, I figured that we could put a piano right here in this room at the lodge here. I'll tell you what, let's go back in my office. Andy's in there. Don't say nothing to him, though.
Yes, well, this is going to be a gold mine.
Yeah, I want to show you our new letterhead that I'm going to send to the printer. Well, hello there, Andy.
Hello. Hi, fellas.
Yeah, sit still, Andy. I just want to show Henry something here. Here you is, Henry. Take a look at that.
Oh, yes, the letterhead.
Yeah.
What you fellas doing?
Yeah, we going in a little business here. What was that you was humming just then? Did you hear it, Henry?
Yes, I did.
Andy, that song, where'd you get that at?
Oh, I don't know. I just hummed them things to myself. Why?
Did you hear that song any place, Andy?
No. I just humming here. Did you make that up out of your own head, Andy? Yeah, I guess I must have is. Show.
Henry, did you hear that tune Andy got there?
Yes, it's very catchy.
Do it again, Andy. Let's hear that.
Do 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 do.
Look, Andy, I'm going to tell you something now. Me and Henry is in the music publishing business, writing songs and all that stuff. And I know that we can make a big hit out of that tune you got there. If you let us use it, we'll cut you in and make you a third partner.
And there's thousands of dollars to be made in writing songs. Count me in, gentlemen.
Oh, that's the stuff, Andy.
Oh, you'll never regret this, Andy, and I know that the association will not only be very pleasant, but will be very mercenary to all of us.
Yeah. Well, now, let's get going. Now, the most important thing to do now is to write this song down that Andy has been humming here. Now, we got to get words for it, though, and we got to get a title for it. Think of a title. That's what we got to do.
Yeah, well, now, let's see. How about Moon Over Chicago?
Wait a minute, Andy. I was just thinking here that a lot of the song hits that has been writ about holidays.
Yeah.
You know, like Easter Parade, there's one, and White Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there must be a lot of holidays that ain't nobody think about writing about yet.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, how about calling it, You Is the Best Thing I've Seen on Halloween? Well, now, just a minute. That don't sound exactly right. I was just looking at this magazine we bought here, Kingfish, and it tells the whole method that you're supposed to use in writing good song titles.
Yeah, well, what is that, Henry?
Well, it says that you simply write down 8 or 10 song titles that has been big hits.
Yeah.
Then you take the words from these titles and put each word in a little card, and then you rearrange them. Yeah, well, you think that system is safe, Henry? After all, we don't want to get in no trouble using something that somebody else has done writ.
Yeah, you're right about that. We got to watch that.
Oh, no, we'll mix the words up good, boys. Now, the first thing to do is to pick out 9 or 10 of the big song hits of, the past 5 years. And then we'll take them titles.
Oh, I'm telling you, Amos, this is going to be the biggest thing we've ever gone into. Step right over here in the corner of the office to our song title department at this desk over here.
Yeah, what in the world is all these little cards you got here on the desk?
Well, we got words on them, Amos. We're trying to work out a song title. This is a new method.
Yeah, Henry, Andy, look at here. I done shifted these titles around a little bit here. See how it sounds now.
Yeah, what is the title you got?
Don't jingle jangle on the sleepy lagoon with nobody else but me. How did that
Oh, listen, fellas. I admit that I don't know nothing about music, but that title that the Kingfish got there is bad. Why don't y'all talk to somebody that knows something about writing?
Yeah.
Well, Fred Gwendell over at the newspaper, he writes a column for the paper. He might be able to help you.
Say, that's an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy, listen. Go over and see Fred, and me and Henry will scout around for a piano.
Okay.
Now, look here. Just tell him when you see him that it's kind of a hobby or something like that you was doing. You know, we want to keep this thing a secret till it gets rolling.
Don't worry, Kingfish. I'll keep everything on the TQ. Do 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 do. Now there it is. You see, that's a tune I done made up, Fred, and I was wondering if you could help me get a title and some words for that thing.
Well, now, look here, Andy. You say that you done made up that yourself?
Yeah, right out of my own head. You know, I used to be a genius.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, now, can you give me some words for it, Fred?
Yeah, well, now, that ought to be easy with a fine, original tune like that.
Well, how long will it take?
Oh, now, that won't take long, Andy. I'll tell you what you do. You sit here at my desk till I walk over to the assistant editor's desk for just a second and leave this paper.
Okay.
Now, say, Carter.
What you want, Fred?
Funny thing just happened over here. That fella I talking to is Andy Brown.
Well, what about him?
Well, he come up to my desk with a tune that he say he made up himself. You know what the tune is? It's that big song hit that's been going around called Sunday, Monday, or Always.
And he think he made it up, huh?
Yeah, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a little joke on him. I'm going to give him some of the words that's really in the song. Then he'll think of he done made up the whole business, you see.
Yeah, let him have a little pleasure out of life. You can have some fun with it.
Yeah. Andy, look here. It just done hit me. Tell me this. See how these words sound to you.
Yeah.
Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always?
Hey, that's great. Yes, sir. There is the kind of words that go with the music I done writ. That's romance. That's just what we need.
Glad you like him. Now, let me see here if I can get some more.
Oh, you was almost Junior Society. You know that?
Now, wait a minute. I got it. I just got the inspiration done hit me in the ear here. Listen.
Yeah.
If you satisfied, I'll be at your side. Sunday, Monday, or always.
Great, Fred, great. Oh, boy, them words is fine. Tell you what, I'll memorize them, too. I'll put it all down when I get back to the office.
Listen to this. No need to tell me what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound.
Kingfish, is you working on a new number there?
Yes, I is, Henry. I figured that Andy's tune is going to be a big hit in no time, and I think we ought to have another one to follow it up right away. How you like it, Henry?
Very catchy.
Yeah, it might make kind of an Indian song out of it, you know.
Yes, that's right.
The beauty of this song is that it's only got two notes to it. You see, if the piano player loses his players, it don't make no difference, you know. You know, Henry, it's little things like that you got to think about. Well, hello there, brother Andy.
Hello, fellas, hello.
Yeah.
How did you make out with Gwendell, Andy?
Yeah.
Oh, boys, it's in the bag. It's in the bag.
Don't tell me that it's in the bag. You got some words?
Oh, sure. Gwendell made up some great words.
No fooling.
Yeah, and I just stopped off home and I wrote them all down.
Oh, let's hear them. Let me hear how it sounds. I got to hear this.
Yes, I just can't wait.
Yeah, go ahead now.
Okay, here we go. By Andrew Hogg Brown. Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? If you is satisfied, I'll be on your side. Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. No need for you to tell me that the world is round. On account of just because I loved you each and every pound.
Oh, I'm telling you, that is great, Andy. You got one of the greatest tunes there in the world.
Andy, this is very catchy.
Oh, it's a sensation number, Andy. I guarantee you that if we keep up this way, we are going to be the biggest songwriters in Tin Can Alley.
Well, Andy and the Kingfish are going to be the greatest songwriters in Tin Can Alley. They think they already have a big hit on their hands. Right now, Amos is talking the situation over with Andy, Van Porter, and the Kingfish.
So you really in the songwriting business, fellas. I never thought they would last past the first day.
Oh, we is going places, Amos.
Yes, Andy done sung a whole record on the song down at the store at the corner where you make them records, that go around.
Yes, that's right. And we mailed the record to the Pyramid Music Publishing Company.
Yeah, they ought to get it today or tomorrow sometime. And now we're just sitting around here figuring on how much money we're going to hold out for. Yeah, well, of course, I ain't heard the song yet, but what gets me, Andy, is how you can go all these years without knowing nothing about music. And then all of a sudden, you write what everybody says is a swell song.
Oh, well, I done had this talent hidden me all the time. It just busted out on me a couple days ago.
Yeah, kind of been laying low on him there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, I got to run along, fellas. When the money starts coming in, if your office here ain't big enough to hold it, why, me and Ruby let you use one of our closets. Well, so long, fellas.
So long, Amos, so long.
Yeah, that Amos always making sarcastical remarks. I ain't never seen nobody like him.
Yeah, he's a mystery, all right.
Miss Andy.
Take it easy now, Lightning. We're just sitting around here waiting for my song to become a hit.
You don't have to wait no longer, Miss Andy. It's a hit already.
What you mean, Lightning?
Yeah.
I was listening in the next room to that radio that we borrowed today, and a fellow by the name of Harry Babbitt is singing your song now on the K. Kaiser College of Musical Knowledge program.
Come on, fellas. Yes, let's hear this quick.
No need to tell me now what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you my heart begins to pound and pound. And what am I to do? Can't I be with you Sunday, Monday, or always?
How you like that? Quiet, Andy. Let's listen.
Well, that was a handsome lad with a beautiful voice, Harry Babbitt, singing Sunday, Monday, or always. And now, children, until next Wednesday when we'll join you again from the Air Transport Command at Long Beach, this is K. Kaiser thinking of you. Thanks a lot for being with us, and so long, everybody.
He done stole my song. Cut that thing off.
Yeah, we'll sue him for every cent he got.
Count me in, gentlemen. Sunday, Monday, and always. What kind of talk is that? If that K. Kaiser is going to steal a song, then the least he could do is have that singer on his program sing the words that I writ, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah, but don't you see what they're trying to do, Andy? He's establishing priorities. That's exactly what they're doing. He is making it earlier in the week. That's what they're doing. They're moving it up. You won't beat you to the punch there. That's what the man's trying to do.
Well, fellas, I tell you something. We is going to sue that K. Kaiser up one side and down the other.
Now, look here. Now, boys, yes. Now, just calm yourself. Here's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I is going to get some dope from the alley lawyer, and I is going to handle this case myself as your lawyer.
Yeah, that singer, Harry Babbitt. He sing the song without a permit to begin with, and he mess up the words besides.
Boys, listen. It's an open and shut case. We sues the man on 2 counts. Singing and messing.
Is you sure, wait a minute. Is he here at NBC? You sure about that?
Yeah, well, the man told me that Kaiser rehearsals down here every Monday night. He had a rehearsal there with a band and everything.
Yeah. Well, come on. Let's ask that fella in that usher's uniform standing by the door there.
Yeah, now look here. Now just get this in your head. Remember, I handling everything. I'll twist the man in knots, but remember, I is your lawyer.
Okay, that's the stuff.
Yeah. Excuse me. We would like to see Mr. K. Kaiser.
Oh, he's in the studio now on stage. They're having a dress rehearsal, sir.
Yeah, well, we got appointment with him.
Yeah. What are your names, please?
Andrew Brown, the writer of Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
And Mr. Stevens, his lawyer, he's expecting us.
Well, I'll tell you, if you'll be quiet, I'll let you in and you can wait in the wings. The rehearsal will be over in just a minute. Right this way, please.
Tonight we love in the glow that glows so softly. I know this wasn't meant to borrow,
But tomorrow, will it be gone, or will it always live on? Tonight we love.
And so, folks, until next Wednesday when we'll join you again, this is Kay Kaiser thinking of you. Thanks a lot for being with us, and so long, everybody. Okay, boys. Say, Mother Paul Phillips, how are we for time?
2 minutes and 10 seconds over, Kay.
Excuse me, Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Brown and his lawyer want to see you.
Oh, sure. I'll see him right now. What's frying, gents?
My name is Andrew Hogg Brown.
Oh, yes. You're the composer. I got your letter. Well, let's step out here in the hall. I always like to be sued in private.
My name is Stevens. I is Mr. Brown's lawyer.
Well, I'm glad to know you. Now, boys, what's jumping? Let's get to it.
Yeah, Mr. Kaiser, on behalf of my client here, Mr. Andrew Hogg Brown, composer, who has done invested in me the power of suing, settling out a court and everything else. I want to call your attention to an infraction of the music and songwriting laws of the United States of America. That's what I want to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, what infraction are you referring to, Brother Stevens?
You got it there on a piece of paper, Kingfish.
Here it is right here. I was referring to Section 7, Article 12, Paragraph B, in the music laws.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it states here, quote, any person or persons in the United States discovered swiping another fellow's song is got to cough up $50,000 ipso facto. That is right there.
Now, wait a minute. You know, I kicked a little of that law around myself for a couple of years down at the University of North Carolina, but I don't remember seeing anything like that in a law book.
Yeah, well, it's in there all right. I don't know about them Tar Heel books, but I know that it's in the books all right. Yeah, they got it down at the bottom of the page in fine print. And unless you wear glasses, it go right by the thing. You never see it.
Well, I wear glasses, see? It makes all the little print big print, but I never saw that law.
Well, my lawyer here never makes no mistakes.
Now, look, fellas, if I'm being sued for $50,000 for stealing a song, don't you think that I don't want too much, but don't you think I ought to know what song it is?
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And not only that, you done changed it around to Sunday, Monday, or always.
Oh, I see. Is that your song?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown here invented the whole thing.
I see. Is that so? Well, there must be something wrong someplace. Here, fellas, I've got a piece of blank music paper in my pocket. Suppose you take this piece of paper and write your song down here, just the way it goes. Huh?
You mean the words?
No, the music.
You mean them little black specks between the lines?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Known among the jive gentry as notes, shall we say.
You know what he means, Mr. Brown. Go ahead, Andy. Write the thing down there.
Yeah, well, I'd like to do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Only one thing. I left my pencil home.
Well, here's a pencil right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kaiser, how about settling for $25,000?
Oh, no. Let's get the music down first now. Mr. Brown, you were going to write it out, remember?
Yeah, well, you want me to write it right on the stripes that's run across the paper there?
Oh, sure. You know, you got to have a place for them black specks to sit on.
You see, Mr. Kaiser, we knows our music all right.
Oh, yes. I can tell you plenty help, all right, yes. Only the best composers use the stripe and speck system.
Go ahead, Andy. Get started there. Put down the first note. Just put it right down there.
Yeah, well, now let me think. It ain't a high note. It ain't a low note. Kind of a medium note, eh?
Yeah, keep going, Andy. I think you're closing in on it there,
You're closing in, but you better close fast, fellas, because this note's a little overdue.
Yeah, well, now, let me see. The note ought to be right about, Mr. Kaiser, you wouldn't want to settle for $10,000, would you?
Now, listen, fellas, don't let's be too hasty with these telephone number figures. You see, this infracture business is a little new to me, and 10,000 is a little big to me, too.
Now, look here, Mr. Kaiser.
Now, you know, fellas, there may be a shortcut to this whole thing. Suppose you let me call in a few accessories after the fact.
Yeah, well, what you think, Kingfish? You was the lawyer.
Yeah, well, according to Section 7, Article 12, Paragraph B in the law book on music
Well,
section...
suppose we hold everything a second here, boys. Let's drop in this room right here. Well, hello, Johnny. Hiya, Jimmy.
Hi, Kay.
Come on in.
Well, Lawyer Stevens and Mr. Brown, I'd like for you to meet the two boys who wrote Sunday, Monday, or Always, Mr. Johnny Burke and Mr. Jimmy Van Heusen.
Hello, fellas. How are you, boys?
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, how you do, gentlemen?
You know, I think this is going to bring us right into the home stretch. Johnny, you really wrote the words to Sunday, Monday, or Always, didn't you?
Well, if I didn't, the music publisher is crazy for sending me those checks every month.
I see. And Jimmy, you've been accused by the music industry of writing the music to the song in question, haven't you?
Afraid I'm guilty. What's up, Kay?
Well, frankly, fellas, I'm just trying to straighten out a little matter for the Section 7, Article 12, Paragraph B here.
Yeah, well, Mr. Kaiser, could we see you out in the hall conferential again?
Why, certainly, boys, but before we leave, take a good look at Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen because they've got another one coming up just as good.
We're working on it now.
So long, boys.
Yeah, so long, yeah.
Now, what can I do for you, Lawyer Stevens?
You wouldn't want to settle for $500, would you?
Might make it 200.
Oh, now, boys. Let me get you in the groove here. You know, there are a few laws around these United States that pertain to copyright. And I don't want to be vulgar, but you're kind of messing with fire, see? And in addition to that, you're liable to get in an awful lot of trouble with the music publishers because these boys pay a lot of money to writers for song hits. And in addition to that, there's a little thing known among the music world as ASCAP. And they also protect writers. In fact, you're darn lucky that you explained the situation to me before some judge explained it to you. You know, you could go to the penitentiary for stealing a song.
Yeah.
Oh, can I ask you one question, Mr. Kaiser?
Why, certainly. What is it?
If we give you $5, would you forget the whole thing?
Next Friday evening at this same time, be sure to tune in for another half hour of really great entertainment when we will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Kay Kaiser, the old professor of the College of Musical Knowledge, his fine vocalist Harry Babbitt, and to Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen for their fine support in tonight's show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us and wishing all of you a pleasant good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns, Gracie Allen. Artie Shaw and his orchestra for singing glee with the Smoothies 3. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Tonight, George and Gracie want to send their greetings to the retail grocers of America, who are celebrating National Grocers Week. And they want to ask you a question, friends. What do you say when your husband arrives home just before dinner with unexpected guests? Well, smart housewives say Spam. This tender, taste-tempting meat makes a hit with husky appetites and so easy to use. Open a can of Spam and bake according to the directions on the label. A whiff of the delightful aroma of delicious, juicy meat simmering in the oven will tell your guests a real meal is on the way. The safest thing you can do tomorrow is to expect the unexpected. Ask your food dealer for Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop. And here they are, the stars of our whole Spam family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Where's Gracie? Has anybody seen Gracie? Say, Bud, have you seen her?
Well, no, George. I haven't seen her since last week when I took her home.
Oh, did anything peculiar happen?
Well, in a way. We started to walk home, and after walking about 10 blocks, she started to run and never stopped running until she got home.
You mean to say she walked for 10 blocks and then ran for 3 miles?
Well, yeah, she said she wanted to get home before she got tired.
Well, that's Gracie, all right. I wonder where she can be now. You know, Bud, Gracie has really got me worried these days.
Mr. Burns, if you'll allow a sound man.
Yes?
Remember the famous psychiatrist I brought up here last Monday?
You mean Professor Alvin W. Thorndyke?
Yes. He's had Miss Allen under observation all week.
He has?
In fact, he's been living at the Allen home trying to find out how a mind of her type functions. According to the theory of psychiatry, one can tell the inner workings of the mind by watching a person's reactions.
Well, I don't know about that theory. Someone once told me that they could tell my intelligence by just looking at my head.
Believe me, Mr. Burns, there's nothing in it.
Say, I don't know how to take that.
Stop worrying about Gracie. There's nothing wrong with her.
Nothing wrong with her? Artie, if you ever hear her say one sane word, I'll buy you a suit of clothes.
Okay, Poopsie, I'm going to hold you to that.
Well, okay, and I'll be tickled enough to give it to you.
Hello, George. Hello, everybody.
Oh, here's Gracie. Well, Gracie, how do you feel?
Oh, simply wonderful. Never felt better in my whole life. How else did you expect me to feel?
Poopsie, you owe me a suit.
Well, all right. Artie, okay, Artie. You can buy a suit and charge it to me. Gracie, I'm glad to see you looking so well. Well, look at your eyes. They're shining.
Really? Shall I put some powder on them?
Artie, don't alter the suit. Gracie, where have you been?
To the automobile show. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Well, try not to miss it if you can.
Try not to miss it if you can?
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, don't you know you're English?
I'm not. I'm Irish.
There goes the coat.
You said it.
See, George, the auto show was simply wonderful. You know how the cars are built this year with their nose pointing down like they're smelling something?
Yes, I've noticed that.
Well, I've ordered a car with its nose turned up.
With its nose turned up?
Yeah, on account of I'm such a fan of Myrna Lloyd.
Gracie, they didn't happen to have a roadster there that looked like Clark Gable.
I almost bought it.
I was only kidding. A car doesn't look like Clark Gable.
It does with its doors open.
Artie!
Goodbye, Vest.
Goodbye, Vest.
Oh, and I gave him a lot of great ideas at that auto show. I told him to raise the fenders so they wouldn't interfere with the square wheels, and
Just
if they
a minute.
do that, then...
Just a second. You suggested square wheels?
Sure. That's if you get stalled on a hill, you won't roll down.
Oh, there goes my pants.
I'll bet the people at the auto show must have appreciated all those suggestions.
Well, I even talked them into allowing me $7,000 for my old Chevrolet.
There goes my pants.
Artie, you just said that.
Yeah, but it was a two-pants suit.
I see. You got $7,000 for that old Chevrolet?
Mm-hmm. Well, I figured I'd get a better allowance if I traded in a new Pontiac.
I see.
So I gave them my Chevrolet as the down payment on a Pontiac.
Yes.
And then I traded in the Pontiac on a Buick.
Oh. So you have a new Buick?
No, I took the Buick over to the Packard people.
I see. You wanted a Packard?
No, a Cadillac.
Gracie, this is very confusing. Start at the beginning.
Well, there's nothing to it. I traded in the Chevrolet for a Pontiac, the Pontiac for a Buick, the Buick for a Packard, the Packard for a Cadillac.
Oh, so now you've got a Cadillac.
No, I got a Rolls Royce.
A Rolls Royce?
I did it again.
What's the idea of buying and trading 7 cars in one day?
Well, in case I have an accident, it confuses the witnesses.
Has anyone got a blanket?
Oh, go on. If this keeps up, I'll have to go away for a rest.
Oye, yo conozco un lugar muy bueno, una isla allá en el Pacífico, allá en el Pacífico. ¿Quién sabe dónde?
Yes. What is it, Senor Lee?
Senor Burns, if you want to rest, why don't you take a trip to the West Indies?
West Indies?
Sí.
It's Indies.
Indies.
No. Undies is something else. What's the first thing you put on when you get up?
Gangbusters.
Gangbusters?
Sí.
That's on at night.
It hurts you if I sleep late?
By the way, Gracie, what happened to that psychiatrist who stayed at your house last week?
Oh, Professor Thorndyke?
Yes.
Oh, he's crazy.
Oh, he's crazy?
Yes.
What makes you think he's crazy?
Oh, he kept watching me all week and jotting things down on my Aunt Harry's notebook.
Your Aunt Harry?
Yes.
Your aunt's name is Harry?
We know Harry's the man's name. We only call her Harry for short.
Oh.
Her real name is Sam.
But the psychiatrist is crazy.
Crazy? He had my daddy in stitches. Whenever he wanted orange juice, he'd squeeze oranges.
Well, when your daddy wants orange juice, what does he squeeze?
The cook.
The cook, I can't understand how that psychiatrist stayed at your house for a whole week.
Well, we tried everything we could think of to get rid of him. We even treated him like one of the family.
But that didn't work, huh?
No, we tried everything. My brother fixed it so that whenever he opened the door, a pitcher of water fell on his head.
Well, that's nice.
And the minute he got into the house, the dog would bite him. And when he sat down to dinner, we poured hot soup in his lap. And when he got up to go...
Gracie, instead of all of that, why didn't you just tell him to leave?
Well, we didn't want to hurt his feelings.
And now the Smoothies, Bad, Charlie, and Little will sing, I Know That You Know.
I know that you know that I'll go where you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you in my arms. This time is my time. 'Twill soon be goodbye time, and in the starlight, hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say nighty-night. I know that you know life's a game, but who can play it all alone? Who can play it all alone? Every chap should hold a heart that's all his own. And that's the reason I tell you, love may come at first sight. They told me when I saw you, I knew I have found my only love. When I met you, I know that you know that I'll go wherever you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you in my arms. This time is my time. 'Twill soon be goodbye by time. Then in the starlight, hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say nighty-night. I know that you know that wherever you go, with one more little kiss, say nighty-night.
Gracie, I don't care how you got rid of the psychiatrist.
Oh, it was easy. We took all the covers off the bed and left the doors and windows open.
All right, what happened?
My brother got pneumonia.
But how did that get rid of the psychiatrist?
Well, we sent him for the doctor, and while he was gone, we moved.
You know, this whole thing is giving me a headache.
Senor Burns, if you have a headache, take a cold shower. It will make your blood jingle.
It's not jingle, it's tingle.
Jingle.
Tingle. Jingle. Tingle.
Jingle.
Tingle.
The good humor man is here?
Artie, will you take care of that guitar player?
Okay, George, watch me. Listen here, Lee. Cuete la boca porque no quiero oír todas las palabras que me dices.
Artie, what does that mean?
I guess I need 2 more lessons from Madame Lazanga.
You know, between you, Lee, and Gracie, I'll be seeing things in my sleep tonight.
I saw something in my sleep last night. A green elephant.
Maybe it's something you ate.
Oh, don't be silly. I never eat green elephants.
You don't,
No, I wait till they get ripe.
You know, Gracie, every day in every way you get sillier and sillier. Sound man. Hey, 4 years in Harvard. Elliot, open the door. Well, if it isn't Professor Alvin W. Thorndyke.
Good evening, Mr. Burns. And good evening to you, Elliot, my boy.
Good evening, Professor Thorndyke. And how are you feeling this evening?
Well, I'm ashamed to say that my present mood is one of reminiscence.
And why not? All experiences once undergone are still available.
As Freud once said, dormant emotions have analytical possibilities.
But Freud forgot that the influence of buried memories bring distortions in many disguises.
You're the same old joker that you always were, Elliot, my boy. Oh, but I've enjoyed these few laughs.
All this in Harvard, too.
Hey, if you kids really want a few screams, just take a squint through Euclid's plane geometry. That's a killer.
Yes, that Euclid is a solid sender.
I like books, too, but I like new books the best.
You do, huh?
Yeah, you see, most of the pages are stuck together and you can finish it faster.
So there you are, Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Alvy. You know, George, I didn't expect to see the professor. Saturday night, my brother got him as stiff as a board.
Please, Miss Allen, the professor doesn't drink.
I know that.
And how could your brother get him as stiff as a board?
Well, he sprinkled starch in the tub instead of bath salt.
Professor, you must have spent quite a week at the Allen home.
One of the most enlightening weeks I've ever spent. What an interesting family.
Yes, must have been gay.
Yes, there are a few things in my notes that I'd like to clear up. For instance, Miss Allen, I noticed during the week that nobody spoke to your grandfather at breakfast.
Oh, that's because he's such a nuisance. Since he broke his wrist, he can't even hold a spoon in his hand to eat his grapefruit.
Why would that make him such a nuisance?
Well, now we've got to put the grapefruit juice in his eye with an eyedropper.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yes, very interesting.
Senor Professor, do you analyze dreams? Last night I had a terrible nightmare.
Senor, you certainly get those words mixed up. It isn't neatmare, it's nightmare. It isn't jingle, it's tingle. And it isn't undies, it's endies.
Well, all I know is what I read in my script.
Professor, any more notes in that little black book?
Yes. Another thing I noticed, Miss Allen. In your house, every bar of soap has a hole scooped out of the middle.
Oh, well, that's my own idea.
The soap has a hole scooped out in the middle?
Well, sure. That's so after you take a bath, there's no little piece left over.
Very interesting case. Eh, Professor?
Remarkable. You know, many a morning I found Miss Allen in a repressed dilemma.
Oh, I always wear one around the house.
Yeah, they're probably more comfortable than a kimono.
Kimono? What's that?
When you step out of the bath, what do you slip on?
The little piece of soap that I scoop
out in the middle. Well, now I've heard everything.
Mr. Burns, could I see you outside a minute?
Well, I don't know. I guess so.
Mr. Burns, this is a very unusual case, and I'd like to have you help me with an experiment on Miss Allen in the interest of science.
What can I do?
I want you to agree with our patient. Humor her in everything she says or does. Cater to all her whims and fancies, and no matter what she asks for, agree to give it to her.
Well, okay, Professor. I hope you know what you're doing. Come on, let's go in.
But, Gracie, that's impossible.
It is not. George, will you buy something for me?
Well, it's a quarter.
Mr. Burns?
Oh, well, I'll be very happy to buy something for you, Gracie. What is it you want?
A pair of silver fox slacks.
Silver fox slacks?
Mr. Burns?
Oh, silver fox slacks. Oh, sure, that's the latest style.
George, who wears silver fox slacks?
A silver fox, and shut up. And what's more, Gracie, I'm going right downtown to buy you a pair.
You won't.
Yes, I will. I think that's the cleverest idea I've heard in years.
You don't?
I certainly do.
Do you really and truly think so?
I really and truly think so.
Professor Thorndyke, could I see you out in the hall a moment?
And now our great clarinet player, Artie Shaw and his orchestra play Temptation. Agree with Gracie. It's silly. Buy a silver fox slap.
But, Mr. Burns, it's for science.
I understand that. But every time I shake my head, it costs me $200.
I'm trying to find out what's going on in Miss Allen's mind.
I wish you knew what was going on in my mind.
I do. And I am not.
Senor Burns, maybe the professor is just a plain crack. Crack? See, you mean quack. Crack, quack, quack, quack. Look, an imitation of Donald Goose. Yeah, well, the professor is all right, and he happens to be very, very good.
Just like Spam.
And the professor has got what it takes, too.
Just like Spam.
I'm talking about the professor.
I'm talking about Spam. Spam's got what it takes, believe me.
Well, that sounds like advice.
Sure. Say, did you ever hear a slice of Spam frying?
Spam frying?
Listen, I'll give you an imitation.
Hey, and without a hat, too. That's
very good. Well, that's good. But I was trying to tell you that Spam has what it takes to taste good. You see, Spam is the name Hormel gave to a brand new combination of meats, seasoned in a new and more delicious way, and packed in a handier package. Spam has what it takes because it's something different. It's a combination of pork shoulder meat and ham meat. Nothing else but these two. We use pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy. Then we put in the ham it takes to give it that extra flavor that wouldn't be there without it. So you may know Spam has this extra goodness. It tells you right on the label. Insist on Spam and look at the label for this sentence. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at your house, ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M Spam.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Gracie, I can't answer those questions, and I don't want to hear any more about it.
Well, then I'll ask the professor.
Well, do whatever you want, but don't bother me.
Yes?
I'm through with it.
George. Professor, what does psychiatry do that any other science can't do? What does the American Medical Association think of it? What is the temperature under the blankets of the quintuplets?
What is the temperature under the blankets of the quintuplets?
I give up.
You give up?
Yeah, the questions are too hard.
What is the temperature under the blankets of the quintuplets?
Yes.
5 below. I made up something.
Mr. Burns.
Gee, I wish that last. One laugh. I just can't. What is it? Oh, look, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this scientific stuff. Sound man, why don't you and the professor go somewhere and split an atom?
But, Mr. Burns, let me try just one more experiment. Hypnosis.
Oh, let's try it. It'll be fun.
Try it. You don't even know what hypnosis is.
No, hypnosis is induced by professing profoundly the mentality through all the senses. The method has been used with great success by Swedenborg, Bernheim, and Bingswanger.
Amazing, Miss Allen. How did you ever know that?
Oh, I just took a wild guess.
Swedenborg, Bernsheimer, and Bingswanger?
Sounds like the real name of the Ritz brothers.
Quiet, Lenny Hayden.
Miss Allen, you've heard of autosuggestion.
Oh, sure.
Let's try it.
My mother told me never to listen to suggestions in an auto.
Well, Mother knows best.
Miss Allen, hypnosis is mind over matter. Now, for example, I can make you believe anything I want. I can make you bark like a dog. I can make you a vacuum cleaner. I can make you a broomstick.
Can you make me an umbrella?
Yes?
Make me a blue one.
You know, Gracie, that you're not all there.
I know, but there's enough in me here to make it worthwhile.
Professor, you better call the insane asylum and tell them to leave the light in the padded cell.
Why, George? Do you want to read in bed?
Artie, easy on that sarcasm. You know, I'm your boss, and you get plenty of money every week.
He gets paid?
Of course he gets paid. I suppose you work for nothing.
He told you? Now we'll start. Miss Allen, look in my eyes and come closer. Why not?
That's the way all you fellas start.
Gracie.
Now look straight in my eyes and concentrate. 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 Now, for the past week, what's been the uppermost thought in your mind?
Will the draft take away all the men?
Don't worry, they'll leave me.
Professor, I don't believe in that hypnotism stuff.
Oh, so you doubt me?
Yeah, it's nothing.
Look into my eyes. Look deep. I'm going to change you into someone else. Concentrate. Your eyes are getting heavier. Deeper. Deeper.
He's in a trance. It's working.
And to prove that you're not Artie Shaw, just try and play the clarinet. All right. Now, who are you?
Benny Goodman.
See? I told you it would get a laugh. I didn't believe it. We had the biggest argument about that. Oh, is it me? Next, Professor. Yes, that's you. 1, 2.
Now, please, may I have a little more quiet for this experiment? Now, Miss Allen, you look into my face. Keep looking at my face. Now, watch my face. It's fading. It's fading. My face is fading. My face is fading.
Maybe you ought to wash it in luck.
It's not a bad idea, Gracie. Confidentially, as a hypnotist, this kid really shrinks.
Oh, I can't understand why it doesn't work. I've done it for years. Here, Mr. Burns, I'll try it on you.
No. Try it on the announcer. Hey, Bud, come here a minute.
Yeah? Mr. Heaston, look right here.
Yes?
Now look closer.
Yes?
You're no longer Bud Heaston. You can't mention spam. You can't mention spam. You are now in the jungles of Africa. You are now Tarzan.
Bud! What are you yelling about?
He won't let me mention spam.
Professor, get him out of that trance, and here's your hat.
Mr. Burns, I want to try an experiment on Miss Allen that has never failed. Mesmerism.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Go right ahead, Professor.
If you will just try to concentrate, Miss Allen, I will show you how easily mesmerism can produce sleep. Now look into my eyes.
Like this?
Yes. Now just relax and let yourself go. Everything is peaceful. Everything is restful. Keep looking into my eyes. Relax. Peace. Rest. Relax.
Oh, look, George, the professor's asleep.
Gee, how do you like that? Isn't that
Listen, folks, Spam is absolutely the most popular new meat item that has been brought out in a generation. You'd be surprised at how many families already use it regularly. Now, if you're one of the folks who have been listening to these programs every week and have promised yourself that someday you would try Spam, and if you haven't yet tried it, now is the time. You're missing something. Spam is delicious meat, and it's handy, convenient to use, and grand to eat. So go to your food store tomorrow and ask for S-P-A-M Spam.
Thank you, Bud. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Good night. George, I'll drive you home in my Chevrolet.
Chevrolet? Thought you had a Rolls Royce.
I did it again.
Good night, folks. Good night.
Tonight, Hormel and Spam have saluted the retail grocers of America who are celebrating National Retail Grocers Week. These grocers employ more than 500,000 men and women who constantly strive to bring you healthful food at the lowest cost. Get better acquainted with your grocer this week, the one who helps you bring your family good food. And join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne the way Hormel makes it is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.